negative scenarios on a monthly basis. And we are going to publish the latest issue, if I'm not correct, either yesterday. And our colleagues promised that this issue will be less boring than the previous one that they published in October. But however, the title of the conference suggests that in this gloomy environment, we try to think more positively, that we focus on the positive potential actions and on the positive side of the opportunities that this show brings to us. So I wish you all rich and active discussions during the following days. And thank you very much for coming, and welcome again at our faculty.
Thank you very much, Alexander. I will also add some introductory remarks. First of all, I should remind you that it is the 11th conference already. So we started 10 years ago. And so, of course, 10 years ago, it was a very different world. It was a very different global economy. It was a very different mood regarding the prospects of the global economy. However, the topics that we started, that we discussed that time, 10 years ago, many of them are still relevant. Because many problems that we will discuss today and tomorrow, they, to the huge extent, born or starting to be the structural problems more or less that time after the crisis of 2008-2009. These are the problems of rising inequality, both within countries and especially both between countries and especially within countries. The growing polarizing of society, and to the large extent, this polarization of society and polarization of the world is the reason, and at the same time, there is a reflection of the problems that we have today. And our country has today interaction with part of the world. This is also the ability to solve global environmental and development problems. 10 years ago, when we started our conference, the Sustainable Development Goals, and formulated in 2015. And so those ambitious Sustainable Development Goals that were adopted by the General Assembly, they were considered as a response of the global community to environmental and development programs that are arising. Now we will discuss tomorrow at the third session of our conference. We will discuss not failure probably of sustainable development goals, but the huge gaps that we still have in adopting them. So again, we're discussing the same problems, but with in some different environment, but in some different context, but still they are the same. This is the ability to solve global environmental and development problems. This is also the problem of dysfunctional global governance. At that time, we discussed the inability to coordinate post-crisis measures. Now we discuss the global governance to cope with many problems we have today, starting with the pandemic and finishing probably the collapse of international trade regime, and also the problem of sanctions as also a reflection of dysfunctional global governance. The problem of Security Council of the United Nations, which is not probably economic problem, but still it also shows the inability of global community to address the key issues of today's. However, as Alexander said, our conference is, which is called this time Rebalancing of World Economy, is somewhat optimistic. However, this title, Rebalancing of World Economy, has three meanings. First of all, it is like tactical rebalancing. So we have sanctions imposed by many countries on Russia. At the same time, we have increasing sanctions and increasing pressure on China, for example, and this leads to many shifts in the global markets, and the global markets are rebalancing. We see it very well on the example of energy markets, where energy flows are rebalancing and are reoriented all over the world. So we have rebalancing of this type. At the same time, we have rebalancing in the sense of global structural shifts. For example, the movement of center of economic gravity to Asia, which change a lot of things in the global economy. We have a green transition, which shows the other structural shifts in the global economy, and this also requires some rebalancing of all the economic processes all over the world. And third, last but not least, is the rebalancing in the sense that some change in the global economy are needed to be the problem of global economic development. Global growth, global governance, some orders to solve global problems. So we need a rebalancing of the global economy in order to be more efficient to cope with the challenges we face nowadays. And I hope that today and tomorrow we will have fruitful discussions that's not probably propose the ready responses. It's difficult to do it. We all understand it. But however, I hope that we will shed some light on the possible directions of the development of the global economy, which are really necessary to address the problems that we have already discussed for actually more than 10 years when our conference exists. It is also important that this conference is held on the eve of Russian chairmanship of BRICS. Russia will start its chairmanship next year, and there are a lot of discussions in Russia what would be the agenda of Russian chairmanship, but there is also understanding that it is a chance. To our country to propose some ideas for restructuring global economic order on the one hand, and to launch and like revise some issues that we have in the global economy right now, because BRICS, especially in its expanding form, it is really a number of countries which will be responsible to the huge extent for solving economic problems and solving development problems that we face today. And this responsibility comes just from the size of the economies of these countries, their population, their share in global population, global economic activity, and so on and so forth. So as Alexandra said, our faculty and our school, which is a part of the Faculty of World Economy and International Affairs, they deal with these problems for already a long time, and we have a number of activities on all these issues. I will very shortly probably cover some of these activities. Last year we published 2 books. One of them, which were edited by 3 of us who are sitting right here, Grigori, Alexander, Kurdin, and me, which is called The Global Economy in the Age of Global Turbulence. And this title shows more or less how we consider the state of the global economy right now. We also published the paper, the manual the global business environment last year, which is widely used in Russian universities right now for students. Also this year we launched the new journal, which is called Contemporary World Economy, which is published in 2 languages, in Russian and in English. And so we see this journal as an opportunity to exchange the views between Russian scholars and between scholars abroad on our visions of different issues of global economy. We publish academic papers, and we really very welcome all of you, all participants, both from Russia and from abroad, to send papers to our journal. We really appreciate it, and we are very willing to develop this journal for coming years. And finally, the third type, the third dimension of our activities is associated with the monitoring of the global economy. It is monthly product, which we publish, unfortunately, only in Russian right now, but probably it will change in the future. And so some copies for Russian-speaking participants may be available there on the table, so you may take it. The last issue of this monitoring, which covers all the current issues of the global economy, it is being published right today. So you may be among the first who will read it. But again, it is right now it is unfortunately only in Russian. So this is what's in general our school does in terms of research. Of course, we also teach a lot. We teach about 600 students every year, and this number is growing every year. Our faculty of World Economy and International Affairs, it is even more students, about 3,500 as far as I remember. And it is the size of our faculties may be compared with the size of some Russian universities, actually. And as for the whole university, High School of Economics, it is among the largest universities in Russia. And in terms of the first year students, it is already, as for some, according to some estimates, is the largest universities of Russia already. So this is my short, actually not very short introduction. So in this point, I'd like to propose to start our first session today. And our first session would be devoted to macroeconomic and macro financial issues, and is called Between Inflation, Financial Instability and Debt, the Patterns of Economic Growth in the Post-Crisis World. And I'm happy to give the floor to the moderator. Not so quick. To the moderator of our session, Alexander Kurdin, who is the Deputy Dean for Research at the Economic Faculty of Moscow State University and also the Associate Professor at our school. So Alexander, please, the floor is yours, and arrange our activity since this moment, please.
Thank you very much, Igor. We started this journey 10 years ago. I remember the conference, the first conference in 2013. The mood then was very optimistic and cooperative. Then we overcame the consequences of the global economic and financial crisis without the destruction of international economic, political, and cultural connections. Today, the situation is different. Nevertheless, that's the great achievement that thanks to the efforts of my colleagues from High School of Economics, we are able to continue this great tradition and to attract a lot of influential international economists to High School of Economics. I don't want to spend a lot of time on some preliminary statements. So, in my opinion, we are ready to start the first session. As Igor already has mentioned, we will discuss the large spectrum of macroeconomic problems, especially financial problems, inflation, debt, and economic growth. So, each speaker, we have 6 brilliant speakers. However, due to time constraints, we'll give only 15 minutes to each speaker and then 10 to 15 minutes for questions. I hope that we'll have probably half an hour for discussion in the end of the session. Now we can start, and I'd like to give the floor to the first speaker, Leonid Grigoriev, academic supervisor, School of World Economy, High School of Economics. Leonid Markovich, you have 15 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning. What's interesting, 50-something years ago, I defended my dissertation in Moscow State University on American business cycle in 72. And the first global crisis I was describing on every basis was 73, 75. 50 years after, we are still describing the crisis. And on the pessimistic side of the story, we had a good joke in Soviet Union, who is the pessimist and who is the optimist. Pessimist is a well-informed optimist. And optimist is a well-instructed pessimist. We still live in dichotomy, especially Bretton Woods, journalists, especially CDG or Grand optimists. People who don't so what you is it moving? Как это делать? Что же это? Я вроде жму на... Ну, научите меня. И что? I have 3 text slides in many drafts. So I will be not commenting those because everybody will get faster and we can say anything about it. But I will visit the current state of affairs and forecasts mostly from October issue of IMF Outlook. So everything is more or less updated by my student. Since the regular science is difficult, I now have about 16 students from second course of bachelor's to second course of master's, who are basically doing the job of the well-educated staff. And I have just 3 text slides. I will use what I call CNN approach. I show something and talk completely different things. Normally, everybody manage to understand what it's all about. General point is very simple. Our textbook published a year ago was this kind of disbalancing of the global governance between crises 28 and 2020. Pretty slow change in CDG realization. Basically, it's way back. And struggle around energy and everything. It's a book now. It's about everything. Куда это исчез? А вот можно убрать вот эту надпись. So we covered it. After that, COVID crisis, and after that, shocks. Shock, sanction shock, basically finished global governance. Since the beginning, it's finished. Global governance of the as governance some years ago. We are struggling with uncertainty in what we have for today. Practically is a lot of separate movements by countries, by organizations, attempts to save everybody to seek quite short-term objectives. In practice, our countries, organizations trying to do something immediately to save something what is happening now. The 28 meeting was met yesterday by another interesting skeptical chapter that poor in developed countries are basically unhappy with the program. And so we need to bring the agenda from inside of the OECD. So on budget problem by populist in different countries. And in this respect, we documented a lot of things like slowdown of capital formation in on global. Survivors, I would say, two less successful countries on the opposite side of the Gauss distribution, the United States and China. Set by domestic elites, one and another way, is a huge amount, I would say, unhappy. Lev Tolstoy probably was wrong. Some not all happy families are alike. From my point of view, children must be happy, but very different. In between unhappy and very different also. Окей, все равно не двигается. Ну, ничего не могу сделать с этим делом. А? У вас нет слайд. Technology is failing us. I hate this gadget. You lost Russian historian Dominic Levin, who is technically British citizen and the descendant of Russian counts and senators. She's writing famous books, but she writes by pencil. And she said me, I hate these devil's devices. So I'm trying in between. From disinflation to sustainable growth, it's a line from October IMF report. And growing and mark global divergences. Or you have growing divergences, or you have cooperation and development under some global governance. You can't have at the same time both. You must do something about it. Shocks of 2020-22 basically demonstrated not only the global economy, but they demonstrated the ability of macroeconomic sciences to understand, to manage, and to even forecast. There is no events like stagflation for many years. There is no statistical base for modeling and forecasting the stagflation. We are publishing now the article demonstrating how we use the cost in this inflation working. All forecasts failing, and macroeconomists, including probably us, I'm not talking about the present professors, but probably about the professors, are still pretending that we know what's going on. We understand it and capable to explain what happens next. Thinking side, maybe it's wrong. Yesterday, my report was published, unfortunately, in Russian, but it's 55 pages under the title "The Pitiful Conditions of Global Economic Sciences." We made so many mistakes. If you look into the Nobel speech of Hayek, it was December 1974. He said, and the speech was under the title "The Pretense of Knowledge." And his point was, we created the crisis. And the next similar talk gave problem in September of 2009, when he posted a big article in the New York Times under the title, "How the economists got all wrong." So my point is, global economy was changing very fast. Some theorems we teach and we like. I adore Simon Kuznets or Solow, but there is no converging, there is no Kuznets umbrella, it was never existed. The whole foundation for the famous article of Simon Kuznets was one small table on two countries for a few years. His genius, he basically deserves the Nobel Prize, but it doesn't work, it never worked. We don't have convergence, we don't have umbrella. It means most of the theoretical background for CDG objectives doesn't exist. And we cannot count that nature of forces of the market and global economy will solve the problems. Okay, I have one slide. After that, mostly pictures. No, next slide. Up. It works. I suggest to create a new term, the rich countries trap. So we have poverty trap, we have middle income trap. Why not to have rich countries trap? What happens there? They have good GDP per capita, say over 40,000. China, after a huge success, jumping in 50 years from 1-something-thousand GDP per capita PPP to 20, but still 20. The rich countries are kind of over 40. Russia is about 30. Okay, we have aging population, huge inequality, especially Anglo-Saxons, and it had huge, unpleasant impact at the time of COVID. We had more deaths than European continental countries. We have old infrastructure, and we are trying to set some objectives which probably mission impossible under the current situation on the markets, decisions of the government, decisions of companies, business, and how actually people, families make decisions and how they live. We had very short period around 2015, after one crisis and before the next crisis, it really considered. But now I suggest to call it happy hour. But happy hour is happy hour. There is a very difficult time before, a very difficult time now, and there is hopefully global political turmoil will exhaust itself one or another way. But it doesn't make our life in macroeconomics and theory of growth, which we are talking about science, and in practice and in theory, it doesn't make our life easy. If I have few minutes, I have 3 minutes, it's 25 slides, no problem. That's IMF. It's some working paper from IMF. In one, you maybe not saw it. It's not the outlook, it's another papers. So it's how the ratio of trade to GDP stopped. This is a real picture of emission. China, rest of developing countries, United States, Europe, once Japan, India driving it up, Russia flat, Japan flat. But a real picture. Normally, I was 8 years Chinese board WWF Russia. In 2003, I was advisor to the Minister of Energy of Russia 20 years ago, and I brought all the ideas inside the Ministry of Energy. But this picture normally never on display in Europe, in the world, because it's a sad picture. It's not the optimistic forecast, and there's it's still. This is just. We send this presentation to everybody, so it's easy to grab. This is just demonstration that correlation of emissions is much more close to consumption, GDP consumption, and GDP went to production. It always was so. And in terms of Europe, to reduce the emission in 8% of global emissions, while real emission is outside Europe, without suppressing the emission from consumption, it's just hypocrisy. This is interest bonds, with bonds, and now it's up, and it will be. If you take, it's 10 years bond. So it will go on for a while. Inflation down, but core inflation not down. And high interest rates from central banks cannot suppress core inflation, for one simple reason. Unit labor cost is growing very fast. And you need very much of very serious suppression of activity to stop core inflation. This inflation went down because of energy and food prices down. This is my clusters. I have 1 minute. So I worked with them for many years. If somebody is interested how they correlate to World Bank for groups, actually 2 clusters per group, but clusters have average GDP per capita like 2 to 1. So in one World Bank, there are 2 subgroups with completely different averages. This is, look in UK, in India. In 1913, it was 5 to 1. In independence year, 10 to 1. And that, so my point, I have article, we don't have convergence by soul because the distance is too high, too big. So fast growth of developing countries doesn't change anything in the next 2 generations. There is no natural convergence, at least for foreseeable future. And this is the last forecast of IMF. Actually, it's a problem with advanced economies. 1.5, 1.4 is not a growth. It's tears. The rest, if I have time. No. Let's see. There are a lot of interesting slides. Google sent it.
Sorry for interrupting you, but in fact, in my opinion, we have a lot of things to discuss following your speech already. Dear colleagues, if you have any questions, please, you're welcome. Probably I have the first one. You mentioned in the beginning of your presentation that we observe the end of the system of global governance. And on your third slide, you mentioned that the global cooperation has gone. So do you believe that we are able to move towards global goals, towards SDG, for example, in such a fragmented environment? We know that, in my opinion, as far as I understand, a big part, if not the major part of our progress towards the global sustainability, towards the solution of, for example, global poverty problems, was mainly due to national and not international efforts, due to specific efforts of national governments, such as China, India, and so on. So do we really need the restructured system of global governance, or do we need the comeback of the previous system of global governance, or we're able to move towards global development, towards global sustainable development goals without such a profound global cooperation as before?
Well, we never had a full global cooperation. We never had good global governance. It was always because we had no choice. We said it's wrong. National objectives as understand them, we set it. Through democratic process, we set it as a national goals, and we perceive them, and we perceive the global is not stopping. What happens when natural survivors will continue? United States will be okay from my point of view. It will be breaking. It will pay costs of different decisions and different outsider decisions. So we will stop. But I don't see chances for solving global problems like climate. Even energy transition actually goes very slowly. Results. Last months, we have historical maximum of consumption of oil in the world. And it came back, and COVID moved people to the cars from public transportation. But it is a fact of 2021. Gasoline is more or less consumption of gasoline moving slow, but very fast because that's for trucks. That's not with and so on and so on. No, it's not. I'm 100% great. As I said, I started it in at that time, but let's be realistic. Rome is moving in the right direction in this respect, but very slow. And we don't solve the problems of poverty. If we are not solving the problems of poverty, countries must come through the period of infrastructure building. Infrastructure building produces emission. And so on and so on, and we must eliminate poverty. We have a book with Alexander Morozkin about under the title English, successful, unsustainable industrialization of the world, 1880, 1913. I just brought it to Shanghai a couple of weeks ago. We translated. There is just. At least we talk really. Look to it. It's an interesting book. World came out of in the transition of 19th century by building railroads. United States had 400,000 kilometers of railroads by 1915. European countries by 80,000. That was a driver. Engineers, rails, everything. Now, China building spud railroads in this way. 43,000. So it must be 70, I believe. But my talk about it will be tomorrow. World must come through the natural phases of convergence. And countries will be doing as much as they can. I don't see much help from I would say the level of help will not enough. Completely very far from what is helpful. Sorry for the long answer.
Thank you. Any other questions, please, Mr. Wang Deshu?
Okay. Since you mentioned you recently visited Shanghai. Last week I was in Shanghai, but you didn't let me know. If I know you were in Shanghai, maybe I can offer you a drink. Anyway, one comment and one question. The comment is China clearly overcome the poverty trap already, and we're still in the middle income. Yes. My question for you is, you mentioned something happened in the world, but China and the United States still happy, but Russia is different. I just don't know what happened make Chinese and the United States happy and Russia different. I just lost my mind.
We had today's conference with either in Shanghai, it was mostly on Russia and China. There was a lot of Russia on Russia. It was universally. There is a Russian center in the East China University.
Yes, in Shanghai.
We had a difficult history. It was a moment when I gave a little lesson on Russian history for the audience, because people, I discovered new Russian history starting from Lenin. Yeah, from this time. And most Chinese colleagues, some who study Russia will know, of course, but some people were saying that it was useful because then Russia happened to be in the wrong place on the globe. Let me give just one example. We had last year 350 years of the birth of Peter the Great. And I have an article under the title Peter the First, the king of catching up. King of catching up. When he started his tenure, he was head of the very big Christian Orthodox tribe in the forest. The only resources, only material resources were discovered later on mineral and some many resources in the central Russia. Between three empires, Muslim Turkish Empire, Catholic Polish Empire, and Protestant Swedish Empire. very little chances for cooperation. And so we have very difficult history.
Just to wait first. Thank you. Thank you, Edmarkovich. Now, probably let me move the other questions to the end of our session, and let's go to the second speaker, Mr. Ali Kufadar. Please, the floor is yours. You have 15 minutes. Please.
Next, please.
Next,
I will finish in less than 15 minutes. I'm very happy to be here in Russia and Moscow. I want to thank the National Research University to give this opportunity to me to share my views on global economic conditions. I'm an ex-central banker, therefore I will look at the developments from macro financial stability side. In 1980s were very difficult years for emerging and developing countries, as you see from the growth side. We faced with higher inflation and low growth rates and a lot of crisis. You can remember Mexico crisis in 94, South Asia crisis in 97, Russia crisis in 98, Turkey crisis in 94, and Turkey, Argentina, and Brazil crisis in 2001. Emerging countries took necessary lessons from the 1990 years. The economy has entered the 2000s with fiscal discipline, disinflation policies. These policies resulted in higher growth rates and lower inflation. Of course, one of the main reasons of this very good performance in 2000s was China. China became an important center of chip supply, therefore lower inflation in worldwide and higher growth rates. The characteristics of 1980s and 2000s was the free markets and regulation. Self-discipline of free markets will not allow excessive risk-taking in financial markets. We end up with the global financial crisis in 2009, which originated from the United States and the developed countries, but heavily affected the other countries. We again took another lesson. G20 countries set up financial stability board to avoid risks in financial markets again. Our lesson was that macro financial stability is a precondition for sustainable growth. The global financial crisis, developed country central banks and had started to use loose monetary and fiscal policy. And in 2020, we know that we faced with the largest shock after World War II, COVID-19. Almost all countries used loose fiscal and monetary policies. Therefore, since 2002, last year, emerging and developing countries benefited easy global liquid conditions, lower interest rates, and we observed higher growth rates. But recently, in recent years, easy liquid conditions, money creation from the developed countries caused inflation. And developed countries' central banks started to increase policy rate. Now the question is, can emerging and developed countries sustain high growth rates or will they face with real difficulties? I think emerging markets will sustain, developing part will face with real difficulties. The main reason will be there high budget deficits and high debt stocks. Now, let me share some graphs. This graph shows there is a general slowdown, and emerging and developed countries will lose growth momentum in coming years. This data is also from the World Economic Outlook. I am almost in line with these estimations, but the risks are downside. Next, please. Oh, sorry. Yes, the growth rate will decline worldwide. How will it affect the structure of global economy? Developed countries will continue to lose their share in global economy, and emerging and developing countries will continue to increase their share. This trend will not change. Next, please. But the increase in share and growth rates will come from Asia, not emerging and developing Europe, not from sub-Saharan Africa, not from Middle East, but will come from Southern and East Asia. Will come from China, India, and other Malaysia, Indonesia. The growth will not doesn't seem to be equally balanced all over the world. Next, please. And investment. Investment seems to be high and was high in 2010s and even during the global crisis, COVID crisis, because of the very loose monetary policy. Upon my this trend will continue. I think there are a real downside risk on that. But investment again will come from Asia, not from the other countries. Next, please. And inflation seems temporary. Yes, in the recent years, inflation has increased. 2021 and 2020, it has started to decline. Will continue to decline, but it will take years to reach 2020s and 2010s levels. Inflation will be with us for some years. Next, please. And fiscal deficit. Look at the good old days for emerging markets. I said that in the 90s, we took a lesson as emerging countries. Fiscal discipline, tight monetary policy, which ended up with higher growth rates, lower inflation. But it has started to increase in 10s, 20s, and it will be with us. High fiscal deficit seems to be with us. This is also a real problem for developed countries, G7 countries. Next, please. What does this mean? Government debt stocks will continue to increase. Look at the emerging countries. Before the global crisis, the debt stock to GDP was only 36%. Now it's 75%, 67%. It will continue to increase. And in the conference notes, you focus on United States debt stock, but other developed countries debt stock also high. One problem here is that China. Debt stock of China continues to increase. Not yes, there's a problem in the United States, but there's also a problem in China. Next, please. So outlook is a bit foggy from the public finance side. But I said that we took a lesson during the global financial crisis. We learned that the private sector finance stability is important, and finance stability is precondition for sustainable growth. We didn't allow worldwide to increase private sector debt. This is United States non-financial private sector debt to the GDP, and Eurozone, they are almost constant. Private sector debt has not increased even during the global crisis. Next, please. This is also true for emerging and developing countries. This is the 44 country average. And now, we are more resilient. Real sector is more resilient to the shocks relative to the pre-2009 years. But again, there is a problem here. Almost all countries stabilize the private sector debt stock to GDP ratio. China continues to increase. And I think Professor from China will mention this, but this is risky. Next, please. And interest rates. After almost 30 years, 20 years, or 15 years low inflation, we are in higher inflation territory right now. When we look at the graph, when the inflation rates increases to around 5%, something settles. Remember 90s, emerging market crisis, I counted at least 5 of them. Mexico, Argentina, Turkey, Russia, South Asia. And the other one was in 2007, global financial crisis. Now we increased again that level. Our memories are not very present with the high real interest rates. Next, please. However, this time, most of the emerging countries' CDS credit default swap rates has not increased, has not affected too much. Why? Most of the emerging countries took a lesson during 90s, and they keep their financial conditions strong. These are the stronger emerging markets: Malaysia, Indonesia, Turkey, Brazil, Chile. Their conditions are important. Strong, seems strong. Next, please. I will not. What's the position of Turkey? Let me say how many minutes do I have? I think I have enough minutes. Turkey is an interesting country. The debt stock to the GDP has not increased in recent years because we used unconventional monetary policy. And Yes, we reached very high growth rates relative to other countries. Because why? Next, please. We used very easy monetary policy, 10%, 15% negative real interest rates. We used our reserves, and we ended up inflation. And now we will focus to solve that problem. After mentioning Turkey very shortly, it will correct. Let me summarize. Next, please. My conclusion is that ample and cheap liquidity era is over. We should note that. Emerging and developed countries have unpleasant memories associated with tight global liquid conditions. We should always keep in this mind. Due to elevated inflation, it is anticipated that tight liquid conditions will persist. Even we see some loosening. Fed may cut the interest rate in next year, but we will not return to the old years. Most countries learned from the 2009 global crisis. Now banks are more robust and private sector debt has not increased. Nonetheless, the budget deficit and high public debt pose significant challenges, leaving limited space for fiscal policy. Within this environment, developed countries in particular are likely to confront challenges linked to growth rates and public finance. The growth rate of developed countries will be low. We accepted that. There are risks in the China side, but South Asia, India will come. Vietnam will come, in Asia will continue, but some countries in Middle East, some countries in Africa, developed countries, may face with real challenges during this time, but emerging countries will continue to grow even at slow pace. We will not face with crisis in emerging countries, I guess. I think as in other years as the policy rate increases. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, if you have any question, please, you're welcome. Probably I have the first question. You have mentioned that emerging developed economies face considerable problems with their fiscal deficits, with their debts. Nevertheless, we see from your graphs that we still expect their, well, more or less high growth rates. We still see higher rates of investment. We don't see any new peaks of inflation. So don't you think that, generally speaking, nowadays in the modern era, these developing economies are okay with such budget deficits? They are, so the centers of concentration of these deficits, of these debts, the economies there are very high skilled, qualified. They are able to manage these debts, to manage this fiscal burden, and probably our expectations of risks are over exaggerated when we try to analyze this problem, the problem of debts, the problem of fiscal deficits in previous terms, follow our previous tradition. Probably nowadays they are okay with that, and there is no real problem with fiscal deficit in these countries.
The conditions, we have to divide the emerging countries and developed countries to two groups. Developed countries' problems are much more significant. Emerging economies learned lessons. Almost all of them faced with crisis during the 90s. Malaysia, Indonesia, Korea, Turkey, Russia, Latin Americans. The increase in debt stock does not come especially from these countries. Their position is stronger than the other developed countries. One driver of the increase in debt stock is China. The others, Middle Eastern, African countries, not all of them, but I think the problem will be much more related with the developed countries, not emerging countries, because of the lessons they took and relatively tighter fiscal and monetary policies.
Thank you. And economics, please. Any other questions? If we don't have other questions for now, probably we'll discuss this speech in more details in the end of our session. And now we are ready. Please,
it's a very good picture. Thank you. I put graduating bachelor in Turkey this year, so I will have the content. I will be able to discuss in details in a few months.
Please, Scott. Please, Scott. Next. Look at the growth rate of Turkey. During the COVID crisis, our government used unconventional monetary policy. They didn't rely on fiscal policy. They injected a huge amount of credits to the private sector through public banks and enforcing banks to extend credits. This was unconventional. And after crisis, they didn't care inflation, continue to inject credits to the markets at very low interest rates, and used foreign exchange reserves to reduce the exchange rate pressure. And we ended up with lower public debt, very high growth rates, and next please, but the cost was very high inflation, 70%, 80%, and minus $65 billion exchange rate reserves. In other words, now we will apply very tight monetary policy at the end to reduce the inflation and to recover the foreign exchange rates. That means we borrowed from the future to the election period. We make the growth, but the Turkey economy is very dynamic and well-positioned. Global conjunctural conditions, good relationship with Russia, Europe, and all of the countries, and this provides some flexibility to reduce the cost. Thank you.
Okay, further questions. Yes, this one. You said Turkey's government debt is only 30% of our GDP, right? 30%.
Yes, even
Yes, include the central government and also local government.
yes.
Oh, congratulations for Turkish people.
We erased.
Inflation.
In this case, I started to distinguish with that problem with racism, sometimes misleading. So I don't know the exact Turkish situation, but we have a good example of Brazil. Say Japan. Japan has huge debt, but it's held by faithful Japanese who would never betray the emperor. And we have Brazilian debt, which is bonds, and it's a problem. because who cares about Brazil with bondholders? Argentina managed to make a swap. It's the happiest country in the world. 9 defaults in the century, plus new president. It's such a luck. We will see soon. I put 3 students on Argentina this year to study. One trade in peso and dollar. It depends. One on micro in budget and one on social. By spring, I will put them together as a report on Argentina.
English, probably we'll discuss other countries a little bit later. And now we have to move to the next speaker, please, Mr. Dashu Wang. The floor is yours. You have 15 minutes.
Okay.
Previous speakers. Welcome.
Okay. It's an honor for me to be invited here. And the famous known memory of my childhood. I haven't seen so much known for a long time. Anyway, based on the topic of the first session, I'd like to present a basic picture of China's economy, especially from the perspective of inflation, debt, and financial stability. Which one? Okay, good. First, inflation. Inflation is under control for a long time, in 20 years. That's you see the pictures. The blue line, the blue curve is the CPI. CPI is almost 2%. Now it's become negative. The red line is PPI, person index is negative. Why? I will give you some reasons. First of all, I think of digital economy. Digital technology enhances the efficiency of production and the transportation, even transaction in China. The digital technology have special unique the fixed cost is very large, but variable cost, if the customer become a larger amount of customers, variable cost zero. In China, supplier, you cannot increase your price all the time because the whole nation can find the prices. Which is the lowest? Not very good for a country like China with huge population. Another one was economic growth. China now suffers some problem with economic growth slow down. Since 2012, China's growth rate gradually slowed down from 8% to 9%. Now it's something fluctuated at 5%, which was normal. This year, maybe we can manage to get 5% growth rate. 5% in the United States, it will be overheated, but in China, it's too cold. Before 2019, the gap between China and the United States GDP gap is 70% now. Is something like 65%, partially because American grows fast and American carry inflation, and partially because of the exchange rate. You see, exchange rate, US dollar to RMB is increased dramatically from 6.3 China to 7.3 China yuan. Now it's slightly devalued, stand at 9.1 China yuan. And income, because of economic slowdown, Chinese income, individual income is steady, not increased much. It's slightly slow, less than GDP growth. Another problem is maybe to know China China is decreased by 500,000. You see what happened in 80 years or 70 years. You know, the growth rate is slowed down, the income is slowed down, and the population is slowed down. Demand is slowed down. Consumption is recovering, but still something 5%. And another issue I'd like to mention is because of the decrease in the population, China is already aging, aging countries. Money supply is okay. Average is 10%. The black curve is money supply and total, slightly above the GDP growth rate. Foreign trade is a problem. You know, last year, not this year, China exports decreased. Maybe, but now it's negative, but now it's recovering to zero. That is over this year. Trade partners export to the United States is decreased at about 20%. To European is also decreased by 20%. Export to Russia, to Europe is dramatically by 30%. Yes. So trading balance is changing, at least in China. Another thing I'd like to mention is is in China this month, October. China is not the biggest trading partner anymore to the United States. And also, China is holding U.S. Treasury securities from peak $1,000 trillion US dollars, declining to 778 trillion US dollars. The first holder for treasury security is Japan now. Another thing I'd like to is maybe from this one. WE&IA is also first quarter this year, the FDI in China is increased by 100, but not by 11 billion US dollars. It happened in almost maybe 30 years. Outward, that's why looking to consideration is already happening in the 2022. You know, recently China Chinese to invest overseas from the second quarter of 2022. FDI is negative. First of all, some ratio of fiscal deficit over GDP in China is, I think, is okay, 3% for a long time, under 3% for a long time, with the exception only this year, 2020, slightly above 3%. 3% I think is okay. It's okay. But one thing I'd like to mention is nearly all the developing countries, developed countries, United States, UK, Germany, is above 3%. Russia is okay. Russia is only 2008 is 5%. American, the ratio of debt is always bigger than 3%. The 2018 is even 15% over the GDP. The overall debt, you see the 2.6 billion Chinese yuan, the central debt of central government. 3.6 trillion Chinese yuan is local government, making a total of public debt 6.3 trillion Chinese yuan. Is okay, but one thing I will go to is the government is we call it visible debt because of this debt. This number is approved by the finance and shows is hidden by governments. It's certain. It's unclear. That's the reason why I ask your bet is include the local government is included or not. One thing I mentioned is China is one party country. All the local government is still Communist Party, not like Turkey, maybe different party, not like United States, different party. China, the local government is also the ruling party, also the Communist Party. Ratio of governmental debt over GDP is 2022. This, I think, is under the 100%. America already 120%. So Japan is more than 200%. So visible government debt and at the local and the provincial level is not problem, but invisible or hidden debt presents a problem in China in the future. Now, 1 trillion yuan treasury bonds was issued to help provincial and local governments in and customers. So the official interest rate in USA cost of with the private sector, especially with the housing sectors. The Hangda first one, their debt is 2.4 trillion. The Hangda used to be in China, suffering problem now. And the second one also. With financial stability, bank is still profitable. I think it's okay. The stock market is at a bottom, cannot go down. It's already in the bottom. So, and also I says this year all the other stock market is increased. Even Russia is increased by 18%, right? 18% this year. Your stock market already, something like that. But China is negative, and Nasdaq is 35%, but we negative. We are reaching the bottom, cannot fall down dramatically. For conclusion, is to be seen that small decline in the crowd such fluctuation or source not a problem, but problem for governments. So stability, I think, is all right. And ultimately, last month, Central Committee and the Minister of Central Committee of the Chinese Party, Communist Party, was established the committee. So the leadership of what financial work responsible so stability and implement of in the financial areas. Financial stability is okay. I conclude my presentation and I have to say,
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, please, your questions. Please.
Short remarks and a question. One remark on China economic growth. We basically consider it more and more as a seeking the new normal. We don't take it as a slowdown. It's probably new normal, especially because with the flat population, each percentage point of growth immediately goes is a percentage of GDP per capita.
Good idea. Last year's whole population is increased. In 2004, the working force in China is decreased. You know, the efficiency not increased much, but the people working is decreased already. Yeah. So slowdown is, I think it should be okay.
Second remark on American debt. People are very much concerned with the size An American case is a problem of the interest rate on the long-term government bonds, because they have that close to the size of GDP, deducting what is held by Federal Reserve System or something. We should deduct what is under so-called financial repression. But even the market debt close to GDP. So if we keep going with high interest rate, like with pre-4, it will need 3 or 4% of GDP for servicing debt in the budget. So we will have the battle in the Congress about American budget deficits is about the future servicing. And question, since we have consumption, retail consumption, high rates, if flat population, what about switching from export to domestic consumption? You still have domestic consumption showing GDP under 40%. Its global norm is 50-55. Your investment is 40-something, global norm is 25. So, and I remember the decisions of the Party Congress of 2012. It was the idea of switching from export to, it was election of Comrade C. So what about switching to domestic? Because on export, the only thing I can say that after your export of 3.6 trillion in 2022, it's obvious globe is too small for China export. Globe cannot enlarge too fast enough for your export.
I think the range of policymakers in China, now we already change our so-called previously we were so-called export orientated. Now we pay attention to domestic market. More attention is given to domestic consumption. Much energy on exports, possibly because of America, decouple something like that. And all the so-called attention to their national safety, something like that. Ask all the goods, all the factory move to their home country and then move to nearby countries. So when the government already pay attention to domestic market, and also I'd like to answer your question about interest rate. Interest rate cannot too much. Interest rate is increased dramatically. You see, American interest rate is official interest rate is about 5% already. This caused the problem. The problem is for China. The housing sector is just because of the interest rate in American too high. Interest rate high, the exchange rate high. When the company want to pay back, they will transfer more Chinese yuan. They cannot avoid it, generate a problem. But America is different. All the owner is around the whole world, not only American citizens, not only American department, something like that. These are some favorable condition, favorable position in the United States.
Thank you. One more question.
Well, during your presentations, you mentioned that R&D is encountering some kind of devaluation. Where you're in economy, the inflation is negative, approximately 2.5%. So apparently, this is paradoxical for many economies, including Russia or Turkey. So what is the main attributes for this paradoxical relation between devaluation of RMB and negative inflation?
You mean the devaluation of Chinese yuan?
Yeah. RMB, there is a devaluation, right? From 6.5, it's become 7 point something.
Yeah, so
So that's a devaluation of the local currency. But at the same time, the inflation is become negative, 2.5%.
yes.
Which is apparently paradoxical, meaning the theory is other around, right? So what is the reason behind of it?
Well, it's I mentioned the digital technology enhance the efficiency of the production, even enhanced of the efficiency of transportation. You know, China now, my students don't like to do some shopping. They just stay at the dormitory and use the mobile phone to buy something. You know, if you order it's wrong, the goods will deliver at your door. And the factory don't have big, huge amount of stock. They just produce according to the demand. So this enhances the efficiency of the production and the transportation. Transactions are another contributing factors. In China, the banks crowded with customers. Now the bank nobody go to bank, use the internet to pay. Very easy. We don't have much credit card. We just mobile phone use. Very easy. Same here. But in the United States, still use credit card. Yeah.
So, as far as I understand, I mean that the increase in technological efficiency contributes to lowering costs, in transaction costs, and it contributes to restricting to curbing inflation rates there in China. Okay, thank you. And please, one more. Anastasia, please, welcome.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. It was really interesting. And my question is about the China's investment in American treasuries. Could you please show the slide with the share of the amount of China's investment in treasuries?
I don't have a picture. You see?
Yeah, you have the picture. Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Yes. Not this one in treasuries.
In treasury.
Yeah. For example, so first technical question, is this face value or is this market face value?
Face value. US dollars. This Japan. China number 2.
And can you show the previous slide with the dynamics? Yeah, so here is the trend of decreasing the amount of Chinese investment. How do you think what the magnitude of the trend will be? So will it become significant to American debt that China's investment in American treasuries is decreasing? What do you think about that?
How much Americans will suffer?
Yeah.
It's just something between that. By our investment, we trust. No trust. Yeah. No, is inside this. diversify our holdings. So just ridiculous, sometimes it's beyond the scope of the research anymore. I refuse to answer your question.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, now we have to move to the next speaker, and I'd like to give the floor to Marcel Sarikov. Please, Marcel, the floor is yours. You have.
Okay, thank you so much for inviting to the conference. And Alexander mentioned that it's already the 11th conference here, and I don't remember this one, but the last one, the previous one last year. So switch. Okay, yeah, so I everyone who participated last year, the last year conference was titled as on the brink of recession, reading the scale of possible crisis. And these are the charts from my presentation of last year. And we're seeing that commodity prices are surging, increased like 4 times. It's a tightening of monetary policy in major economies. And last November, we discussed that recession, what kind of recession will be, and etc. So the outlook was like really gloomy. And we are seeing actually after 12 months. So we see surprisingly that economic activity is very robust in 2023. And I think that it's very important and interesting to understand what are the reasons, because we saw a major commodity crisis and we saw a major monetary tightening over the last 20 years, I mean. And it's interesting that still, despite all those facts, like American economy is increasing by 3% per annum, despite 5%, 5+% interest rates. And for example, if we see at the emerging markets, like countries like Russia, it was expected that they will be negative growth rates. This year, probably we will have 3% growth rates. Brazil is also accelerating. There is some slowdown in China, which we already discussed, but it's still high. So it's interesting that despite all those risks that we previously discussed, still it's very in current circumstances, very optimistic picture. And, next slide. Can you change it? Okay. So I would like to focus on 2 things, because we're doing a bit of research on energy, and so to and this is an example of natural gas prices in Europe. So there is a picture of the natural gas prices in Europe measured by the benchmark. So at the maximum $3,000 per 1,000 cubic meters. And in September last year, there was a sabotage of the Nord Stream pipeline, which disrupted flows of natural gas to Europe. So, and in Russia, there were lots of discussions like Europe will suffer during the winter, freezing of Europe, etc., etc. And what we're seeing as a result, natural gas prices are trending down, and they remain at basically at the current crisis level during this year. So why it happened? There are 2 reasons. for stabilization of the natural gas prices in Europe. The first one is a major one. It's a demand by the major sectors of natural gas consumption increased roughly by 20-25%. So it was an adaptation of the market. It was not like some European Commission introduced some clever regulation or some natural governments did something interesting. So there are probably some exotic ideas like, for example, price cap, but it's not the reason why natural gas prices stabilized. It's actually the reaction of the households, of the business, and measures taken by individual companies. So that was like 80% substitution of the Russian natural gas supplies laws. And another factor, like another one, is increased energy flows that partially substituted Russian pipeline gas. So green energy from the US came in and substituted pipeline gas from Russia. And that's why there was no like energy crisis in Europe this year, and energy prices have stabilized, and it's contributing to the overall economic growth. So what I wanted to say is that despite all our talks about problems with global governance, like with all the risks and uncertainty and new factors coming in, I think that markets are working. So there was a price shock and market reacted, and we see a lower prices. Next slide, please. And yes, I wanted to show a couple of slides, maybe to kind of to difficult to do that. But these are the distribution of economic growth forecasts on the left side and inflation forecasts on the right side by different world economic outlook publications, like starting from April 22, going to the last one of October 23. So we can see how are the expectations of the IMF, which we all use as a kind of a benchmark, changed. And we see that overall, the global box plot is 2023, and the green box plots are 2024. So we see that there is a kind of for these are developed economies, and US, Japan, and European Union are annotated. So we see that there is some kind of expectations that 2023 will be a difficult year, but these trends were reversed during this year. Can you change the next slide, please? This is for emerging markets like China, India, and Russia. So we can see that during the last 4 communications, they revised the forecasts for 2023, and they revised the number for 2024. So this means that even 2023 looks, from my perspective, relatively optimistic. It doesn't mean that there will be no economic slowdown over the next years, because for example, one of the reasons why the US economy is doing so strongly despite the monetary tightening is that during COVID-19 pandemic, there were a lot of excess savings were saved by the households. So this means that when the Federal Reserve started monetary tightening, people had a lot of money to spend, and in high inflation rate, they started to spend even more, despite that interest rates will increase. So this means that our traditional understanding of how economy works and how its monetary policy transmission channel works, it changes given specific circumstances of every episode of the economic cycle. Can you change the next slide, please? So this just to remind you, this is Stan's chart to show that inflation peaked out in developed countries, but is still above the 2% target, which use major developed countries. So this means that probably monetary tightening will continue, and it will continue to suppress the economy. And if we look at the emerging markets, like this China, India, Russia, so so it looked more or less like in previous years. So there were like specific inflation surge in 2021, 22, 22. Can you next slide, please? So this is the first slide. So to conclude, I think that and the so-called soft landing is the most probable outcome for the global economy, meaning that the growth rates over the last 3 to 5 years. So global economy will slow down. Inflation, as we discussed, probably will stay elevated and will stay above these targets of the central banks. This means that interest rates also will continue to stay at high levels. At the same time, there are lots of kind of specific problems that can change the overall direction. So we discussed China and China economic situation, and there is lots of concerns about the real estate sector, which is 25% of GDP. So it's already in recession territory. So how this accumulated debts of the major constructors and major developers in China's housing sector, which is big, it's an open question. High interest rates already increased the default rates in the US corporate sector. So this means that these higher interest rates are already start to kind of to bite companies, and it's defaults will go up with current interest rate circumstances. And on the left side, it's a fiscal US fiscal deficit monthly data, like the sum of the last 12 months. So I wanted to show that, for example, there was a major surge in US fiscal deficit during the pandemic, and then it reversed back. But if we look at 2023, it's already going down. So this means that the US authorities tried to start fiscal consolidation, but it's not yet happening. So despite this kind of economy, despite that the market in the US remains strong, the fiscal picture remains loose, and it means that the US authorities will have to kind of after the election to start fiscal consolidation. And the last chart on the right side is let Markovic already showed it, I think. It's long-term risks is a fragmentation of the global markets, and especially in commodities, like we see, especially in oil sector. So there is some part of the global oil market which is excluding Russia, for example, as a major oil supplier, and there is another side of the global oil market includes Russia because of the sanctions, because of all those difficulties. Now, for example, major commodities markets like oil market, it's already started to fragmentate, and it's already happening in other commodities. And it means that overall redistribution of major resources in the global economy will become less efficient if there are some major disparities, major like difficulties showing, and if more countries will start to kind of to use their own resources and to trade with their trading partners, this means that overall it's a negative factor for the global economy in the long term. But overall, my presentation is that it's not as bad as you think. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Marcel. Dear colleagues, please, questions welcome. Oh, please, the first question from there, and then your question.
So, yeah, it's true that in Europe, there is no energy crisis. But what is my suggestion as economist? We should go beyond the simple trend analysis. Rather, we should bring the counterfactual analysis. And what would happen? So now there is a cost. Cost is that industrialization is going down. Households are sacrificing utilities. And if you bring the counterfactual analysis, I'm giving a tiny example like India. So India is enjoying 7.5% economic growth, while the Japan and Germany both is going down. And probably, what is the main contributing export product of India right now? Is oil refinery. It's a oil refinery product. Is the highest exporting product of India right now. So that's why you should bring always the counterfactual analysis. That what is the sacrifice? What would happen? That's my small remarks.
Yeah, thank you so much. Totally agree with you that you shouldn't just look at a trend, but look at the counterfactual. But for me, it's interesting that, for example, there is a discussion of the European economy, Russia, this industrialization, stuff like that. And it's true. It's if you look at European industrial production, two trends. If you look at energy-intensive industries, they're going down by 20-25%, and other industries are going up. So yes, for example, European chemicals metals industries suffer. But if we look and think about like so there are no cheap energy resources in European Union. Like there is no after supplies from Russia stopped for whatever reasons, there is no cheap alternative. It means that there is no actual economic reason to have energy-intensive industries in the European Union. There should be like focus on other sectors, like we talk about finance and fintech and payments. If we look at Europe, it's like more ages compared with China or Russia or other Asian countries. So there is lots of things that can be done, for example, in European Union in terms of increasing efficiency without like cheap energy sources.
Thank you. Please.
Question about UK.
Please, can you microphone?
Thank you. I have a question about UK. According to the numbers, the situation in the UK is much worse. I mean, natural gas consumption in industry. The situation is much worse compared to the rest of the Europe. UK is more down than European Union. European Union is down, and what does it mean? Is it another segregation from major centers from UK from America, or what? It seems like dark ages for UK in the nearest future, or not? Because if you look what's going on, ARM is now an American company. Volkswagen is an American company. What is the future for UK then? And other indicators are they showing also the bad situation for UK compared to the Europe? Assuming that the Europe is going down.
I don't have like a deep understanding of what is going in the UK industry.
Yeah.
Yes.
Minus 46%.
Yes. Yes.
Oh.
Yes, I think it's looks rather scary, but I don't do research on that, but I think we should do it. But I just stress another thing that there's also lots of talks about European companies to America and like to other sectors like the industrialization of the European industries, stuff like that. But there are lots of major statements of European companies going back last year when they said that we will close this factory, we will close this one, that one. But if we look at energy prices, they are so high. So that means that there is an urgent need for European companies to shut down their production. So probably on the long term, they will kind of focus and they will move their investments to other countries and other markets with energy prices. But there are statements of companies like we are doing this and that, and at the same time there is kind of an overall activity, and we try to understand what's going on, for example, in this year, and most of the statements of the last year, like they didn't materialize. So companies stated something, but probably this year they said, oh, it's not so bad. Energy prices are not so kind of high, so we can wait for another couple of years.
And probably just the UK companies are more technologically advanced and more electricity intensive. This is why probably more gas are consumed, is consumed in the power sector, and we don't see considerable slowdown in power sector unlike in industry. Okay, Igor, briefly.
Please don't underestimate the crash of car industry in Germany, because traditional German cars have 100,000 small and medium enterprises supplying parts. And as soon for big car companies give huge money to consulting, to universities, and closing some important sectors of European economy now due and not goes together, not that much of prices, I agree, but together with structural changes ordered by the European Commission and German government. So it's cumulative situation. It's a self-inflicting wounds. I agree with Marcel in the short run. The road is much better than they think about it. It's a short run. My point that it doesn't serve in the long run major objectives, grand objectives, which was formulated as a necessity, but we don't do it on the big scale. We'll survive. Russians think in jokes. Who Russia will know. There was a good joke about the surgeon committing to the relatives on the result of the surgery and some important surgery on the ill person, and the relatives asking, will he live? Oh yes, he will live, but very badly.
Igor, please.
Yeah, a question or remark in continuation to what Marcus said. Actually, I agree with that. With you that market forces, they work well and they probably work even better than was expected. But the problem is that what we see for the last years globally, and especially in the Western economy, see the struggle between market forces and the willingness and the opportunities and the tendencies of governments to intervene to these market forces. And the better market forces work, the more the governments want to intervene even more to these market forces. I speak primarily about sanctions on Russia, but this also concerns the sanctions and different limitations towards China, for example, and so on and so forth. And this is really risky. This is one issue. And the second issue is that, of course, there is an adjustment of everything, of the economy, of regulators to these new shocks, and they are more or less successful in adjusting to these new shocks. But the more attention and the more resources are devoted to these responses to these market shocks, the less attention and responses are devoted to solve some structural issues. And we see it on the example of inequality, for example, in Europe, because yes, the economy and the economic growth and consumption, it adjusts more or less to this new energy crisis, but the inequality does not adjust, and the social issues do not adjust so easily, and that's why we see some rising polarization and the changing political landscape in some European countries, issues like that. So if we expand the focus from just macroeconomic indicators to some broader picture, including the allocation of wealth and how it changes, so I think that we will have a more pessimistic picture here.
Thank you. Will you react, Marcel? Okay. Dear colleagues, so now we will make a short coffee break, 15 minutes. 15 minutes, yes. But before that, we want to take a picture, common picture. So please, you're welcome. And please go here. And then we will have a short break.
Please join us, everyone.
Don't be shy. Please join us. Спасибо, хотите. Дорогой фотограф, командуйте, пожалуйста, нами. Как нам встать?
Please come close to here. Yeah.
Анастасия, подходите сюда, кто понятно. Подходите, давайте, женская. Коллеги студенты, вы явно пониже, подходите.
Давайте в центре.
Не стесняйтесь. Cheese. Вы кажется, нам как прыгнуть, махать. Что это делать?
Let's go back.
Marek, hello. Marek, do you hear me? Is it? Нет, я... Вот как же
Ну, если есть такая возможность, я бы предполагал свою презентацию, со своего ноутбука управлять презентацией. Я вас не слышу.
Слышно ли меня сейчас?
Да, сейчас я вас слышу.
Презентацию, да, начнем где-то 15. Сейчас у нас кофе брейк, и через 15 минут мы начнем. Меня слышно?
А если бы вы разрешили мне скриншеринг, тогда я бы со своего ноутбука управлял.
Сейчас должны иметь возможность спускать презентацию. Все, мы тогда через 15 минут примерно, 15 даже начнем. Потому что сейчас у нас кофе-брейк, и сразу после него будете вы.
Сколько начинаем?
12 минут где-то, 12, там 13 минут.
Хорошо, спасибо.
Спасибо.
speaker. Marek, can you hear me? Oh, Marek is ready, I see. Do we have, we can't hear, sorry?
Yes, I think that.
Yes, can hear you. Okay. We'll try to adjust the sound. One moment.
Okay.
Okay, it's okay. I think it's okay. So, dear colleagues, we continue our session, and now let's go to the next speaker, Marek Dabrowski. Marek Dabrowski is online. Please, Marek, you have 15 minutes. The floor is yours. Welcome.
Thank you very much. My presentation will be very complementary to the previous ones and will be divided into time horizon. First is short-term perspective and meaning this and next year, and longer-term perspective. Regarding the short-term outlook, first, the situation changed for better on the inflation front as compared to what I had opportunity to present in the previous year conference, mostly due to delay, but quite energetic radical reaction of major central bank, except of the Bank of Japan, which still is waiting to change its monetary policy approach. Here we see increase, quite a rapid increase in federal fund rate of Federal Reserve Board of United States. And here we have see a similar, a bit later action of the European Central Bank. The same way the other major central bank went, I mean the Bank of England, National Bank of Switzerland, Bank of Swedish Riksbank, and several others. As a result, we see certain progress on the inflation front. In most cases, inflation is lower. The last data, OECD data, is September 2023. For some countries, it's also October. There are also October data, which confirm downward trend, but still inflation is above what it used to be in the previous decade. And still there is no certainty that it will not increase again, especially if central banks start prematurely cut interest rate. For the moment, looks that they rather stabilize the rate and wait, which I basically believe is a right approach. So we may observe further decreasing of inflation rate, but rather slow pace. So returning to the range of 1-2% in advanced economies, or let's say 2-4% in emerging market economies, is still quite distant perspective, except few countries such as China, Japan, Indonesia, Saudi Arabia. I didn't put on this picture two outliers, meaning among G20, Argentina with October inflation 142.7, and Turkey with also inflation 61.5. These are countries which have serious problems with monetary and fiscal equilibrium. Then regarding financial stability, actually, if we look there is no sign of any serious global financial stability risk. And at the beginning of this year, in March, we had problems with Silicon Valley Bank and few other small banks in United States, mostly exposed to cryptocurrencies. We had also problem with Credit Suisse bank taken over, but another Swiss bank. But at least as for now, it seems that the lesson taken from the global financial crisis of 2007-2009 work both in terms of financial supervision, Basel standard, but also internal practices of most important systemic banks. Usually, restrictive monetary policy is associated with higher unemployment and lower growth. But as we see here, unemployment is where we have unemployment. Oh, we have, yeah, unemployment is most countries low. I didn't put on this graph South Africa, which is steadily over 30% for various structural, institutional reasons. In other countries, there is rather decreasing tendency. There is no tendency of increasing unemployment rate as a result of tighter monetary policy. But regarding growth, we see a bit different picture. First, we see that since 2019, we had very volatile growth. Of course, this was COVID and COVID-associated lockdowns. Then recovery in 2021, but then decreasing of the rate of growth. In some jurisdiction, it's close to zero, like for example in EU, on Euro area, but it's still not so sharp reaction it used to be, for example, in early 1980s when the Federal Reserve Board drastically hiked interest rate after period of 2070 stagflation. So it's not so bad, but still, in my opinion, there is serious problems with the rate of growth worldwide, but for another long-term reasons. I just moved to these problems. And finally, when we look for the problem of public debt, here the situation is serious. Basically, over the last few years, we have stabilization of, in most countries, on high level, not only Japan, which already for 2 decades have public debt over 200% of GDP, but also in United States, in United Kingdom, in Canada. Euro area is close to this level. Individual countries are well over 100%, like Greece, like Italy, like Belgium, but also countries like Argentina, for example, and Brazil are very, very close to this level. In fact, only Russia, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, and Indonesia in more safe zone from the point of view of international comparison. Now about long term. Here I am repeating the slide which I show last year. Factors according to neoclassical growth theory, factor of economic growth, labor, investment, the total factor productivity. And if we think in long term, there are serious problems with two of them. One is labor supply, and second is total factor productivity. With labor, we observe the global labor supply mismatch. There is shortage of labor in Europe, North America, and East Asia, while there is surplus of labor on South and Central Asia, Africa, and MENA regions. Hypothetically, of course, it could migration solve this problem, but despite increasing migration flow, steadily increasing migration flow, there are obvious obstacles of administrative, political, cultural, etc., to large-scale regional migration. So migration can only partly solve the problems of shrinking labor, working age population, and population aging. On the other hand, in most countries which enjoy surplus of labor, there are structural and horizontal and institutional growth barriers, especially in Africa and MENA region, but also partly in South and Central Asia. Practically only India has prospects of rapid growth, something similar to China 10 years ago, but under conditions that it will continue structural reforms undertaken by under the current prime minister, but going with various zigzags for political reasons. And as I mentioned before, other measures, compensatory measures, have only limited character, like increasing retirement age, which is not easy politically, but is done in several advanced economies, not only advanced, also it was done in Russia, gradual increasing of labor market participation of female labor force or migration. Here we see demographic outlook. We see that South Central Asia will enjoy rapid, continuous rapid population growth, the same Africa, less so Southeast Asia and Latin America. Gradually, also North America, United States, Canada, Mexico, they continue growing in terms of population, while China, Europe, also part of other East Asian countries, some Latin American countries like Chile will experience shrinking working age population. What about total factor productivity? After 2004, statistically, it's going down. It's large debate in the literature. Some, like Gordon, for example, associate this with the end of ICT revolution, which peak was noticed between 1995 2004. But I would add other factors. One is the changes in structure of employment due to population aging. Most of economists and commentators look for some high-tech industries, and changes with them obviously are going here, like further progress of ICT, robotization, artificial intelligence, etc. But parallelly, we have increase in labor-intensive services like long-term health service, etc., related to population aging. So this is probably answer of this why Phillips curve does not longer work. That in the times of, for example, tightening monetary policy, unemployment is not increasing. It's not increasing because there is a shortage in labor supply, but also because there's increasing demand for labor-intensive employment. So this is the reason, for example, why Germany, which records rather low growth, close to stagnation, still has very experienced deficit of labor force. And future is here in many respects uncertain. I mentioned already some factors. It's also unclear whether green transition will help increasing productivity or on the opposite. Definitely it will involve huge costs, which are already felt. It's global security, crisis in multilateral organization agreements, which already were already mentioned here, and many other factors. Let's concentrate shortly. This is last topic which I want to raise is about protectionist push. It was observed always protectionist tendencies, but traditional protectionist arguments were protecting infant industries, job protection, import substitution, consumer and health protection. But the new, I would say, post-COVID arguments, slogans are different, such as simplifying, shortening supply chains, onshoring, nearshoring. Here sometimes arguments that this will reduce CO2 emission, which is wrong. So-called friendshoring determined by geopolitical and economic consideration, reindustrialization and advanced economies, which is rather science fiction, in my opinion, security concerns, geopolitical tension, like weaponization of trade and finance. Recently, the IMF published the chart, which I copy here, which demonstrates gradual increase of the number of trade restrictions, but it may be somewhat misleading. Actually, situation is probably even worse, because this is just summary of the measures undertaken. And here there are some small measures undertaken by smaller countries, but also serious measure undertaken by large countries like US, like China, or EU, with a much bigger weight. This is unweighted statistics in terms of economic impact. And what such protectionist drift may means. First, slower global growth, especially in advanced economies, but also in latecomers to globalization. So continents like Africa may seriously suffer from such trends. It's worth to remind that the progress in accelerating growth in emerging market developing economies over the last 40 years, it was mostly due to globalization. The same with eradicating poverty and reducing global inequalities. Now, with increasing protectionist pressure, we may see more poverty, especially low-income economies, more inequalities, both global and national. This will also not help fight inflation. Disinflation will be longer, more difficult and costly. It's also worth to remind that success in disinflation in 1990s and 2000 was not only due to central bank independence, restrictive monetary policies, but also was supported by inflow of less expensive goods from China, from India, from other emerging market economies to the advanced economies. So positive supply side shock. And finally, protectionism may lead to more political conflicts. Here we observe a kind of vicious circle when political conflicts generate protectionism, but they work and will work in the opposite direction. I am already about to finish. And here is the recent estimation of the IMF, which shows that both reshoring, meaning just attempt to bring back some production to advanced economies, but also so-called friendshoring will be damaging for everybody, for the world, for advanced economies from China, but also for countries which hope to benefit, for example, from US-China conflict like Vietnam or Indonesia or other. It's not so clear because the damage to growth of this major player will overweight potential benefits from trade diversion. And here's just summary of the challenge: protectionist public debt burden, which slow down growth, demographic headwinds, deteriorating international security, climate changes and green transition, and uncertain prospect of productivity growth. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for such a comprehensive look at the global economy. So, my colleagues, please, any questions or comments? I have one question. Here you mentioned that the protectionism leads us to a number of consequences, including political conflict.
I'm sorry, but your voice is interrupted. Can you speak closer to micro? Or I don't know. But just as transmission is interrupted. Hello. I don't hear you. I hear you, but with some interruptions.
With some interruptions. Probably you will be back. It was a bit later to the questions to your speech. Try to adjust our sound. And now we will probably do, in this case, we'll go to the next speech. Please, Anastasia Podrugina, you have 15 minutes. You're welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon, dear colleagues. Can I have the clicker? Thank you. Okay. My presentation will be mostly about the inflation and consequences, consequences of disinflation, fight with disinflation for financial stability. It will be a brief review of today's situation and a brief review of some academic papers that focused on some previous questions that we had a year ago. So now, a year later, I have some answers. So first of all, okay, it doesn't work. Yeah, next slide. Thank you. So first of all, core inflation, as Professor Grigoriev said before, core inflation is persistent. And on the first graph, we can see headline inflation. Headline inflation is going down. Actually, we can say it's the leader of this process. And actually, all the indexes of global inflation are going down thanks to the United States. But on the lower graph, we can see that core inflation is mostly on the same level as a year ago, and there are not many changes to that. In the United States, maybe a situation is better than in other countries, but still the core inflation is still high. And in European countries and in the United Kingdom, the core inflation is still high. And the same actually goes, it is in the slide, but the same goes for some big developing countries. So it is true for them too. The next slide, please. The contribution to the inflation during the 2020-2022 crisis, the two main contributed factors were energy prices and food prices, and there is the composition of inflation presented on the slides made by OECD. And we can see that the energy and food shocks are mostly over, especially in developed countries. As here in developing countries, situation a bit worse, and not about all of them we can say it for sure, because this decomposition is often by OECD countries. But for developed countries, we can say that energy price and food shocks are mostly over, and today's headline inflation are mostly core inflation. So it means that there is less hope for decreasing inflation, because this is the core, the stable component of inflation. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, can we go? Yeah, okay, thank you. Yes, so I promised answers to some questions we had a year ago. So a year ago, we had a discussion about if central banks were late, or could they do anything different to prevent this high inflation. And today there are several published papers, for once by International Monetary Fund, that offers us the composition of inflation to demand side and supply side factors. Yeah, supply side factors are factors attributed to disruptions of global value chains, disruptions of logistics, and supply side problems, and demand side factors mostly attributed to incentives, fiscal and monetary incentives offered by developed countries. And on the graph, we can see by the composition, we can see that share of demand-driven inflation is quite high. It is mostly half of the inflation, half of the extra inflation that we had for the previous 2 years. And basically, it means that central banks had additional extra space to conduct tighter monetary policy to fight with this demand-driven inflation. Yeah, so monetary policy could do nothing with supply-side inflation, yeah, because there's an opportunity that interest rates will somehow influence logistics disruptions, yeah, but monetary policy can influence, can slow down the demand, the aggregate demand. So basically, we have several academic papers that argue for the significant share of demand-driven inflation, and it means that central banks were late. Next slide, please. Also, there is another decomposition of inflation by Benwick and Shaw this year paper, and here we can see the decomposition for initial conditions, labor market conditions, that's the red one, energy prices, food prices, and shortages. What do we see here? First of all, we can see that if pandemic didn't happen, the inflation would stay on the same stable level. That's a decomposition of American inflation, United States, yes, so not the global one. There is a paper by European Central Bank with the same analysis for Europe, but there is nothing like that for developing countries. Yes, so we can say that American inflation would stay the same if pandemic didn't happen. Also, we can see that energy prices and food prices shocks are responsible for the inflation increase starting in 2020. And also we can see that shortages played a really huge role in the middle of 2021. And another surprising conclusion from this paper is that tight labor market influence on the inflation was relatively small. Yeah, so this red contribution, this contribution of the factor we divided by U, it's vacancies to unemployment ratio. Yes, so it's tightness of labor market. It played a relatively small role. Yes, so maybe it's the role of tight labor markets is overestimated. And also, there are several other references, several other papers that highlight that unfocused fiscal stimulus played a huge role in inflation in 2021, 2022. Next slide, please. Now, the fight with inflation is in the state where developed central banks hold to the position higher for longer. Yeah, the idea is that interest rates need to stay higher for a longer period of time. Yeah, and the word transitory inflation is completely eliminated from all the public wordings or the public speeches. And as Professor Kufadar said already, the real bank policy rates are at last positive. Yes, so it didn't happen last year. Yeah, it happened just now. The real bank policy rates became positive just this autumn, the end of the summer. Different countries in different months, but 2023 okay. Since the end of 2021, central banks increased interest rates in developing countries. The increase was higher than in developed countries. Here is 6.5 percentage points in developing countries, 4 percentage points in developed countries. And the idea of some developing central banks is to keep the high interest rate environment for a long period of time. Next slide, please. What about soft landing? The last conference last year, we discussed the possibility of soft landing, for today, probably I have the analysis of differences in forecasts of economic organizations, economic institutions, probably less aggregated, but more intuitive than Professor Salinov. And there are three organizations: International Monetary Fund, World Bank, and OECD. And we can see that the difference, here is the difference in forecasts. So, for example, for Russia and the International Monetary Fund, the forecast for 2022 was increased by 1.34 percentage points. For 2023, the forecast was increased in this year for 4.5 percentage points, and forecast for 2024 was decreased. This World Economic Outlook. Yes, so we can notice that most of forecasts for 2024 were decreased this year, while forecasts for 2023 were increased. So my interpretation of this phenomenon is that soft landing is delayed. Yeah, so in aviation there is this maneuver when the plane goes to the go around, yes, to the second round before the landing. So probably we will. We have a question about if soft landing is happening. We need to discuss it next year. Next slide, please. Next, I have a little review of financial stability problems in the world. So let's concentrate on the right graph, I think, because I don't have much time. And on the right graph, we can see sovereign debt for mostly for developed countries on two axes. And on the x-axis, there is a share of floaters and inflation-linked bonds. Yes, so bonds with some instruments with variable interest rate. And on the y-axis, there is an average maturity of the debt, of the sovereign debt. And what we can say from here, we can see that countries with sovereign debt with high share of variable rate instruments and high average maturity are some kind in threat, in danger of higher debt burden for the future, like 10, 8, 10, 6 years, something like that. And also we can see that probably countries with high share of floaters and low average maturity probably could be in danger, are potential candidates for reviewing their financial state on account of being in danger of financial instability in the short period, because short average maturity means that it's to refinance their debt really soon. And on the next slide, I have a closer look at the European debt. We discussed this year European debts on our faculty, and the position is still the same. We can say that southern European countries like Greece, Italy, Spain, and Portugal are still in a more difficult state than Western European countries. But the main problem here is probably Italy and Spain, not Greece, because Greece debts were enlarged in the sense of maturity. Yes, so the maturity is higher enough for Greece debt. And also, I would like to point out On the next slide, probably it will be more clear. Here is average maturity for European countries and share of floaters for European countries. I would like to highlight here Eastern European countries like, first of all, Hungary, with higher share of floaters and low average maturity, and somewhat Poland and Czech Republic with higher than before share of floaters and quite low average maturity. Yes, so probably in Europe problems concentrated in Italy, Spain, maybe some Eastern European countries, but actually it doesn't mean that financial instability will come to reality, in any time soon. Probably the problem of balancing between financial instability and fight with inflation and attempts to achieve soft landing, probably it will continue for the next year, and the next year on the conference we will discuss if that happened. In the next slide, there are some key conclusions, which I already pointed out probably. So I think that's it for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Anastasia. Dear colleagues, please, your questions and probably comments. Please, switch on the microphone, please.
That's, I think the idea of balancing between inflating the debt and fighting with inflation, but not keeping interest rates too high, not to pose a financial threat, it's kind of a main objective of all developed and some of developing central banks. And the question about the level of interest rates, the correspondence of interest rate and levels of inflation, and the forecast of the probability of defaults in some developing countries is really a $1 trillion question, but unfortunately I haven't seen any calculations about for how many basic points European Central Bank should increase the interest rate to default, I don't know, Spain. Yes, so unfortunately, even if it's possible to conduct such calculations on some level of details, but I haven't seen them.
I see. It can be interesting exercise for some diploma course or maybe even more extensive research, and not even for Europe, because I think much countries also access bigger and lower wages, maybe except for Argentina, which is very
But I don't think it's the right time to model Argentina's economy.
I think it's for psychiatry department.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Colleagues, now I have 10 minutes for some final brief comments. No more than 3 minutes, please. The first initiative from October Confederation Fund for Stabilization Value. Please, your comment very briefly.
Thank you very much. Just a brief comment. I am a representative of the Eurasian Fund for Stabilization and Development, and here we speak a lot about the stance of global economy, and so that in the short run, the stance is quite positive. Maybe I will give you some words about the regional perspective. We have 6 member states and 4 recipient states like Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Armenia, and Belarus. And despite all this good stance of world economy, we see that the demand for budget support is really high. In our countries of operations, we see some positive external factors like relocation of workers and like capital movements, but we see that these countries remain quite fragile and they demand for support from IFIs like EFSD or IMF and so on. So this was my point. The second one is that despite that we live in times of fragmentation, cooperation still matters when we speak about international financial institutions. Due to this cooperation, we could avoid facility shopping from countries and overlapping of our activities. So we closely cooperate with each other. For example, if EFSD cooperates with IMF, Asian Development Bank, and World Bank, when we think about possible budget support programs. And the third point is that for middle income countries, for newcomers like Armenia, for example, there is a big question of financing from IFIs because this country could not pretend to have like a low interest rate. So for these countries, it's a big question, like interest rates, even when we speak about lending from IFIs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, please, the comments. Thank you. I have actually comments concerning a couple of presentations. So, for example, I think you already talked about rich countries trap. There were also discussions from Marek Dombrovski about the uncertainties on total factor productivity, and there were some valuable remarks of Professor Wang Dashu on digital transformation of Chinese economy. So what I want to say is that one important factor which we should take into account, I think, speaking about the prospects of economic growth in different economies, different countries, it concerns digital transformation, which I think we underestimate in Russia. The issue is that many emerging economies, they develop in this particular area much faster than developed economies. And as Professor Wang Dashu tells, it becomes an important factor which affects macroeconomic performance of the country even. So it becomes an important factor of economic growth, and it transforms banking sector, transforms financial sector, it transforms the industrial sectors sometimes, and so on. And what some economies like China and India as well do now, they follow the stages of development of digital technologies that the countries passed in the past. And I think that this is their huge advantage over the developed countries nowadays. And the developed countries, they lag behind, really, most of them at least, in developing these digital technologies, in finance, in services, in retail, in industries, and so on. And I think that this is an important factor which should be taken into account in the future. For example, when Visa and MasterCard left Russia last year, it was quite an important shock for the Russian economy, for many Russian people. So, actually, Russian central bank and Russian regulators have already adjusted to that and made some preparatory measures like developing our own payment system and so on. But however, it was a shock. But for example, when you come to India, to China, you understand that you actually do not need visa at all. You don't need credit cards in general. The payments are done in an absolutely different way, and it creates absolutely different ecosystem which combines financial services, sometimes industry, households, and so on and so forth. And I think that I have no particular conclusions on that, but I think it should be the factors that should be taken into consideration in our probably future discussions. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I have one observation. I'm not sure whether you can hear me, but I'd like to pay attention to his point on vicious circle and political conflicts. In my opinion, the problems that we discussed today, especially the problems of inflation, contribute to the aggravation of social problems, the problems of poverty, the problems of inequality, and it leads to the drive of populism. And more populism means more protectionist measures, means more inflation measures. So this is the great danger of being locked in such a vicious circle. And for now, I see that the result of different elections in different countries confirms this problem, and I don't see the obvious exit from this circle. Probably, if Mark can hear me, probably he can comment on it. Well, that's my point. Dear colleagues, please, any other? Which way?
I can refuse. Very interesting discussion today, and we had concretely focuses and financial, I would say, perils. Markets, it comes much more comprehensive picture. I didn't find my slides. I hope just countries even 5, and I don't believe completely difficult cases. What do you 7%? To 15, 20. So Brazil. So yes, we know it. The frame explanation. It's just statistical effect, not a theory. It's challenging structure of expenditures, especially government expenditures, from investments to social needs. We had demonstrations, interesting slogans. So scary. So as soon as the statistical class comes to a certain level, information exempts from developed countries and other countries of lifestyle and comfort, education, health care. It's expensive. The style of consumption, the services, it's a lifestyle. Sometimes it's changing so-called cultural codes, new type of supplies. It's a very so how to reach middle income. China didn't bust at all. But historically, most of the countries didn't the same thing. So, what people were thinking for centuries. It was very difficult. This is and what is for financial markets, it's the most interesting thing. Debt, treasuries, Christians, it's another Russian joke. We keep interesting discussion. What Russian investment banks now, they suggest to clients, people of my level, middle, upper middle, they suggesting a financial instrument based on Chinese securities, on Chinese paper, financial papers. Saying, oh, Americans already gone from China. What they say, already gone from China. It's a bottom of stocks in China. So by now, you will make money in 2-3 years. It's good for China if you buy Chinese papers, but where's the road? But it's road for upper middle. It's not the road of middle. I remember Chinese survey of households on 2012. It was 8,000 people in countryside and 4,000 in cities. And we had 2 good diploma works on it. Girls with Chinese, of course. 15% of Chinese population in 2012 had a lot of assets and debts. So all the financial assets and debts in real estate was belonged to 15% of people. 85% were mostly in salary and simple consumption, without much of financial instrument. So it makes, but it's very difficult to compare China by this or Clinton because it's 15%. Okay, to enlarge housing and give stability to real estate sector, we just need to enlarge this segment of population with good money, from 15 million to 20 million now. So, but it's not just to be a level of consumption, it's huge lifestyle of another 10 or 15% of households. It's very difficult. Not difficult. It's very complex task in psychology, in sociology, in finance. It's not just buying things. It's a different lifestyle. So the problem of legal and global problems with energy, with poverty, with other things, it's a lot, it requires a lot of financing, maybe from rich countries or from rich strata of the society. We so far don't want to do it. We want middle class to stop spending, stop running energy. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I see that Marek Dabrowski wants to react probably.
Sorry, is question to me?
As far as we see that you raised your hand, no?
Yes, I raise my hand. My problem is very technical because I can catch only part of the discussion. Depends where individual person sits and I don't know, quality of microphones or something. For example, I'm very sorry I lost most of the last intervention of my friend Leonid Grigoriev. I just didn't hear it. As far as I understand, there were two comments to my presentation. One was of Igor Makarov about productivity. And here I think that there is the problem of productivity growth is much more complicated than one might expect. Simply arithmetically, this is a residual factor, but when we try to dig deeper, it very much depends on whether we speak about situation in emerging market economies, developing countries, or, for example, advanced economies. In developing countries, I think that perspective still looks pretty straightforward as individual countries industrialize or move to some services, moving labor out of agriculture, low productivity agriculture. There is perspective of quite a rapid productivity growth, even without having any R&D sector and domestic innovations. In advanced economies like US or some Western European economies or Japan, the situation is more complicated because here the always focus was rightly so on technological progress, but the population aging has also huge impact on this in several dimensions. One is what I already mentioned during my presentation, that is increase of some labor-intensive services related either to aging of population aging, like health, long-term care, house care, etc., but also to changing consumption pattern. Increase of demand for some labor-intensive services which previously were done domestically. Another aspect is here I haven't found any clear answer in the literature whether population aging helps increasing productivity or on the contrary. Some economists claim that the aging workforce is more experienced. It gives chance for productivity gains. On the other hand, there is several arguments that aging population is less open to technological progress and will unlikely be vehicle of introducing some breakthrough innovation. Then we have also a question of green transformation, and here I think that there is there is complete unclear picture as for now. Of course, there are some techno enthusiasts who claim that because there is quite rapid progress in technical and innovation related to renewable energy, etc., that is a chance. But on the other hand, it's necessary of very substantial structural changes which may go in various directions and some deadweight costs related to this process. So this is about productivity. Another one, as far as I understand, Alexander, you talked about vicious circle and related to inequality.
Political problems, yes.
Yeah. So here first, inequality. Inequality must be seen also in various dimensions. It was traditional topic of my many conversation in disputes with Leonid Grigoriev, that we have inequality within country, national inequality, and this is most frequent way of calculating it. And here we have situation when in some advanced economies, especially US, this inequality increase. And then is question why some, let's say, claims that is due to globalization. It's not so obvious. Most of research which I know are quite problematic in demonstrating that globalization help either increase or decrease inequalities. More likely is that absence of some income redistribution policies on national level. It's probably more responsible here. In developing emerging market economies, I think this is quite natural process that if part of population labor force moves from low productivity sectors like agriculture to some higher, even not highest productivity industry or services, it increases inequalities, at least for transitory period. Globally, there is well documented that because of rapid growth in countries like China, India, Indonesia, and few others, the inequalities between citizens of the world decrease, which I think that also has political importance, because in long term it creates less sources of global conflicts and global instability. Unfortunately, still not worldwide, because Africa is largely and Middle East left behind this process of catching up. Now, inside countries, of course, inequalities can create populist temptation, populist wave, but populism is created not only by economic factors, not only by income equality. I think that this is a huge contribution, for example, of new situation in media, both traditional media and social media, which help in polarization of society and rising populism, rising nationalism, ironically in situation when the world is interconnected now more than it was 50 years ago. It's this ICT revolution which helped a lot in various processes, also in our academic work. It also helps, unfortunately, rise various nationalistic caucuses, and then we have many other factors which may contribute. I am not political scientist. I tried to write something a few years ago on this, but I don't have final answer. Definitely, I would say that extreme inequalities, especially inequalities in opportunities, even not in actual income study, but opportunities, they may translate into more political polarization, more populism. But this is not only and sole factor. Thank you.
Marek, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your reaction. Now, dear colleagues, we are almost out of time, so I can thank you all very much for this very fruitful, very interesting discussion. And now, probably, we have to give floor to Anastasia Likhacheva and Igor Makar, please.
Yeah, I'm very happy to introduce you our dean, Anastasia Likhacheva, who will make some welcome remarks to you, this Anastasia.
Well, as I can feel, I'm in the worst position. I'm not just the last barrier to your lunch before your lunch, but also we are 15 minutes late before the lunch. So I'll try to be as fast as possible. First of all, I would like to welcome all participants and all the guests who came either from Moscow or from very far away. Unfortunately, now to discuss world economy, we have to feel that's how big our world is and how long it takes to travel from one country to another. But I truly hope that maybe some solutions elaborated here could facilitate this travel backs that we face. I would like also personally welcome and give credits to Igor Makarov and Leonid Grigoriev, as I remember very well, 11 years ago. We discussed the very first conference, and I realized that next year it will be the 12th edition, and it will be the Dragon Conference, because the coming year is the year of Dragon, so you can make Dragon Conference and World Economy. With no, well, you can narrow it any way you want, but I guess that this Chinese session can take two times more. But that's true. And comparing the agenda we discussed 11 years ago and now, I can see that we were very optimistic 11 years ago, and mostly were focused on structuring various hopes, hopes on new climate agenda, hopes of new approaches to equality or inequality. As I can see from the program and the thought from couple of words I heard, this time we mostly try to structure somehow our fears and concerns. Well, I hope that it will be much easier to do, and then move forward to hopes structuring for coming years and decades. And as sanction investigator, we had a lecture today with our students on economics of sanctions. It was very interesting as we discussed the Russian case. The most touching moment is when they try to diverge the effects on sanctions on the Russian economy and its imperfections, and our own domestic reasons for wide potential for improvement. Let's call it like this. But we also focus on the issue of mistrust in world economy and the very clear path towards not just more volatile economic policies, but economic policies that must serve somehow to shaping politics. And for our economists, we have both economists and those who study international relations on the course. For those who study international relations, it's much easier. So they clearly understand that it's more or less the natural state of affairs. But for economists who are trained to not to serve to political presidents, but to focus on the issue you widely present in your program, it's very tough. I hope that some search of balance to more stabilizing economic approaches to more and more shaping politics also can be elaborated here. And I am always impressed how the green agenda is presented at the conference, but I believe that not just regarding this lunch schedule, but regarding wider list of issues. Maybe next year, one of the sessions can be directly dedicated to food security, maybe coincided with lunch or dinner. But, well, green agenda covers more and more issues. We're keeping in your league. Argentina, yeah, we had yesterday, I don't know, maybe the audio was mentioned, we had yesterday an amazing discussion with our guests from Argentina and Brazil. And we were fascinated how many problems they have, but how philosophically they mostly present this very interesting and very wide range of problems. To some extent, we can learn from them in this patient approach to crises that can come more, but strategic narratives are mostly the same. So I'd like not to steal too much from your lunch. I wish you a very interesting and fruitful discussions afterwards. Hope that no one be too tough today and tomorrow, and I hope to join tomorrow just as a listener and participant, not as a view and a pillar of the lunch time. Welcome, and let's prepare for Dragon Conference next. Thank you.
Thank you a lot, Sofia. Actually, a small like housekeeping announcements. We really will have lunch right now, and the lunch will be served in the restaurant which is called Kvartira 44, which is like nearby. So all of you are invited. The volunteers will wait us near the entrance to the building. So those who do not know where to go, they might wait volunteers and go with them. Those who know where to go, so they may help those who do not know where to go. Please have a good lunch, and then we will meet at the next session at 3 p.m. And we will discuss the reconfiguration of trade and investment laws. Thank you for this session to all the speakers and to our moderator, especially, and see you in at lunch first and then the next session.
No.
So, okay, I think we may start. Hello everyone once again. For those who joined, especially for this session, my name is Igor Makarov. I'm head of the School of Economy, High School of Economics, and we are continuing our 11th annual conference on the global economy, which is called this year the rebalancing of the world economy in search of new models for global development. Now we are starting the second session, which is devoted to the reconfiguration of trade and investment flows. And I am pleased to give the floor to the moderator of this session, Olga Terikova, who is the associate professor and the head of the master program on the global economy at High School of Economics. Olga, please.
Good afternoon, colleagues, guests, participants. It's a big honor for us to host this event and to meet with all of you. Today we have a great opportunity to exchange views on important trends in the world economy and international trade with our distinguished guests. Some of us are from different parts of the world, some of us from Russia, but I believe from different economic schools. So we will try to understand better current processes together. So annotation of our session in the program highlights sanctions factor as a trigger to geographical and structural changes. Definitely they were, but it would be fair to mark that some deglobalization processes had started before geopolitical tensions and even before pandemic and even before Trump tariff history with China. So it would be interesting to hear your views on the following items. The first one is, can the new fragmented world economy be as efficient as the old globalized one? It's a rather optimistic view of our draft of the program that it was sufficient, but we'll discuss. The second question is about the future infrastructure. I believe that we should discuss not only logistics, but financial infrastructure as well. And the second question will be about country specialization, whether the structure of experts will change in current circumstances. So first of all, I give the floor to our first speaker, Alexander Knobel. He is the head of International Trade Department, Russian Presidential Academy of National Economy and Public Administration. Let me add some words to this short description of your merits. Alexander is a great expert in trade policy issues. He specializes in macroeconomics, in international trade statistics, in the theory of industrial markets, and he even was one of the drafters of development strategy of the Russian Federation for 2018 and 2024. So, Alexander, please take the floor.
Lydia, Olga, thank you very much. I'm very glad to take part in this session, in this conference. It is very interesting for us. And let's, in the first report, speak about macroeconomics indicators in Russia, foreign economic trends, outcomes, and forecasts in modern circumstances. First of all, let's speak about global context. According to the latest data of international organizations, global economic conditions have improved, but mentioned as trade continue to slow. Thus, the IMF projects that the world GDP growth in 2023-2024 will be about 3 percentage points. According to the World Bank forecast, global economic growth will slow down to 2.1% in 2023 forecast, but in 2024 output is expected to rise by 2.4%. Latest OECD's economic outlooks predicts global GDP growth around 3% in 2023 with a modest improvement of 2.9 in 2024.
in the last decade, we have to say that this situation is not unique. In the last decade, world trade and the international trading system have been undergoing a number of fundamental changes associated with the growing protectionism and intensifying contradictions between different countries. The processes of deglobalizations are manifested in various areas, in growing use of non-tariff restrictions on trade, the crisis of the WTO and multilateral trading system, trade wars. The new regulatory spheres related to international trade get more and more attention from the international community, electronic commerce and digital economy, climate agenda, and sustainable development in general. These issues are becoming new area for regulations and negotiations, but strict controversies as well. The impact of the COVID pandemic has been a shock to global trade, cooperation, and supply chains. Thus, the current geopolitical crisis in Europe is the most significant, but one of the many factors and trends that are currently affecting global trade and economy. The sanctions imposed on Russia in last year are absolutely unprecedented in terms of the number of restrictions and their scope. The restrictive measures of so-called unfriendly countries extend to the financial sector, trade, energy, transport, and logistics, affecting specific companies and Russian citizens. Many foreign companies and multinational corporations have decided to close and sell their businesses in Russia or to suspend operations and cooperations with Russian partners. Restricted access to the global financial system has undetermined the usual mechanism of payments and activities in foreign markets for Russian companies. Trade embargoes and increases in rates about the most favored nations regime have significantly affected Russian companies' export and import opportunities in different foreign markets. Today, key risks of reorientation of foreign economic activities arise from the so-called secondary sanctions. In 2023, the United States, European Union, and G7 countries focused the development of anti-Russia sanctions regime on the mechanisms to prevent circumvention for the restrictive measures. The USA has already sanctioned about 100 companies from neutral countries under secondary sanctions against Russia. The European Union regulatory tools are being developed. In particular, European Union is elaborating the list of goods and countries that will be subject to trade restrictions. Okay. Regarding to the main indicators of Russian economy, balance of payments went into negative area in June 2023 for the first time since 2020, with a current account deficit of $1.1 billion. On the basis on the first 3 quarters of this year, the current account surplus fell due to a reduced surplus of foreign trade. If we see the Russian federal budget in 2023, in the first 3 quarters, budget revenues also were around the same level of the previous year. Increase in expenses significantly exceed the average inflation level in Russia. And in this situation, we expect the government budget deficit around 1 percentage point of GDP. In 2022, Russian statistical authority for Stat recorded a decline of Russian GDP of 2.1 percentage points. Russian economy contracted by 1.8% year-to-year in the first quarter of 2023 and grew by 4.9% year-to-year in the second quarter of 2023. As a result, it made possible to achieve positive growth in the first in the two first quarters in 2023, approximately about 1.3 year to year. The current inflation picture is changing radically as a number of pro-inflationary factors are gaining strength. And in our view, inflation will get higher by the end of the year to around 8%. Sanctions resulted in significant damage to the investment climate, of course. State and state corporations became the major source of investment in this situation. The peak decline in investment activity the Russian economy is experiencing nowadays in 2023. Real disposable income of the population decreased in 2022. Acceleration of inflation in the second half of 2023 and increased tax and administrative pressure is leading to a slowdown in the recovery of real disposable income of the population this year. Retail turnover decreases by 2.5% in 2022, which is primarily due to decreased demand, as well as to some extent to a supply shortage. In the first 7 months of this year, retail trade turnover increased by 2% in real terms. At the end of 2022, the unemployment rate dropped to 3.9%. The positive downward trends continues. According to our forecasts, a number of macroeconomic indicators such as GDP, industrial production, retail trade turnover, real incomes, and wage move to growth this year. Inflation will return to target level by the end of 2024. The level of 2007 is key indicators will be surpassed in 2024. The reorientation of imports to neutral countries may be completed by the end of 2022. And this is very interesting. In case of exports, at the beginning of 2023, the shares of trading partners stabilized in 2023 at new levels. The share of neutral countries in January-July of 2023 increased to 73-78%, plus 11 percentage points in imports and around 26 percentage points in exports. In 2023, trade with the main so-called unfriendly countries, export and import countries, to decrease. Among key trade partners with the highest growth rates, China, Turkey, Belarus, Kazakhstan. The share of China increased to almost 40% in Russian imports and approximately a quarter in exports. Russia's exports to China experienced 43% annual growth in 2022. Russia's imports from China grew by 13% in 2022. In first 10 months of 2023, imports increased by 50%. Considerable growth was concentrated on such product groups as machinery, equipment and vessels, precision stones and textiles. More details you can see on the next slide. Positive results on the import side were sustainably ensured by the growth of suppliers from China that increased by 33%, taking into account significant decline by 17% in case of unfriendly countries. The same we see in Russian exports. Despite overall decreased suppliers to China demonstrated plus 11 percentage points growth rate. Discounts make it possible to quickly redirect suppliers, but may create additional constraints to their further growth. Discounts on Russian oil show small deviations in the average price of suppliers from Russia and other countries. It may be caused by irregular flow within a month. It was relevant then oil suppliers to China were smooth.
there was no systematically stable deviations until April 2022. But since March 2022, Russian oil has been supplied to China at a discount that reached 15 percentage points in the summer of 2022, then decreased to 5.9% by the end of 2022. After the embargo of oil suppliers to the European Union have entered into force, discount increased again to 11 percentage points in May 2023. But since June 2023, it has been decreasing with average level of 4 percentage point in August-October. According to our estimation, the total discount for January-October 2023 amounted to about $3.5 billion. The impact of large-scale restrictions imposed on Russia is unevitably reflected in trade statistics. Imports are expected to recover gradually through adaptation, reorientation of purchases and cooperation. In 2023, the growth rate of Russia's import is estimated to reach 10%. As for export, dramatic reduction in forecasted from 2023 and the following years with very slow recovery in 2030 horizon. Geographically, Russian exports are forecasted to increase most to key neutral countries, Southeast Asia, China, India, Middle East, North Africa. The negative trend is concentrated on the countries and regions that have imposed the most extensive sanctions and were mostly connected with Russia by trade and economic cooperation: European Union, United Kingdom, Ukraine, United States. We expect the decline in exports of energy resources due to various factors: change in price levels, sanctions, reorientation and discounts, energy green transformation, with excluding of liquid gas. The opposite trend we estimate for gemstones, metals, grains, some machinery and equipment. In case of imports, among main suppliers to the Russian market, we can highlight Eurasian Economic Union, Turkey, India, Taiwan, Mexico, and Azerbaijan. Positive dynamics is observed for many countries and regions, including a number of so-called unfriendly countries, European Union, WE&IA countries, Canada. The stable negative trend is forecasted for such markets as Ukraine and Australia. We estimate significant decrease in fertilizer, transport equipment, and agricultural imports, while positive dynamics is expected on different non-energy goods, machinery, and equipment. Sanctions have become new reality and should be considered as a key long-term factor in Russia's international relations. In 2022-2023, Russian economy is demonstrating relative stability and sustainability according to major macroeconomic indicators. Still, the risks for further economic development are obvious. In 2023, negative factors intensified their pressure through the reduction of oil and gas export revenues. Even with more moderate growth of budget expenditures compared to 2022, federal budget is running to the deficit based on the first 3 quarters of the current year. Moreover, the following should be mentioned. First of all, inflation risks are assessed as medium, investment climate and demographic deterioration risks are more significant. Second, important remaining risk indicators, deterioration of the situation on the main balance of payments indicators, uncertainty on budget expenditures. And the third, foreign economic risks, challenges for foreign economic reorientation, secondary sanction, gradual expansions of the United States sanctions list to include companies from neutral countries. The last slide. New circumstances generate strong incentives
for the reconsideration of traditional formats and directions of Russian foreign economic activities. This reorientation should contribute the most effective adaptation to the current reality, not only with regard to import, but also to Russia's export. The latter is affected substantially due to low geographical and structural diversification. According to foreign trade statistics, foreign trade forecasts for the period 2020-2030, China, India, the Middle East, Southeast, and other Asian and African countries demonstrate the high growth rates of Russian exports, and similar partners can be listed in case of interest: India, China, Southeast, Middle East, Turkey. Russia-China cooperation is already developing within the framework of value-added chains, and there are more opportunities for its expansion and deepening. Import dependence is high in many areas, especially in case of intermediate and investment goods. In terms of trade statistics on data on export potential, there are limited opportunities for reorientation. There is the strong necessity to develop transport and logistical infrastructure rapidly to ensure a main fundamental condition for trade reorientation. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alexander, for your interesting presentation and for your focus with medium inflation risks. Sounds encouraging. Alexander, before I give the floor to our colleagues to discuss your slides, your arguments, let me ask you two questions. First, since you contributed to Russia's economic development strategy, let me ask you how important it is now to revise our strategic documents on economic development and foreign trade, and to fix new priorities for Russia's economic diplomacy at such pivotal time in our history. And second question, we all know that the structure of Russia's foreign trade is unbalanced. But it seems that in bilateral trade with China, this imbalance is further aggravated. There is an agreement on trade and economic partnership between the Eurasian Economic Union and China. Someone praises this project, someone criticizes it, but there are some plans to go further with this agreement. So how do you think could the development of this economic agreement into a full free trade zone between the parties help to rebalance our export? Or will there be further increasing dependence on the raw materials in Russian exports? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for these questions. First, about strategic documents. For my memory, last 20 years, we start to write new international economic, international trade strategy one and more times. And now, as I know, in Russian government think about new strategic document about international trade strategy. And as I know, in this strategy, we will focus on bilateral relationships with so-called neutral or friendly countries. In this situation, our authorities look at our external economic strategies as strategies with different bilateral partners. As to this balance, we forecast a very interesting situation. We will have balanced trade with so-called unfriendly countries. This is not so obvious, but we forecast this situation. We will trade balance with China, and we will have unbalanced trade with other neutral countries. With countries in Eurasian Economic Union too, and with India, Turkey, in this situation, the problem for us is to get export revenue from these countries, because some of these exports are paying for national currencies, and if we will have unbalanced trade in terms of positive trade balance with India, Turkey, and other African countries, we will have problem of repatriating revenues from these exports.
Thank you very much for your interesting answers. Please, I give the floor to Professor De Conti Bruno.
For a very interesting presentation, and my question touches precisely in your very last point, because I was wondering, in this new geography of trading for Russia, the issue of the currencies which are used, because I know you have a successful story with China, because then you are using more and more the renminbi, but then an unsuccessful story with India, because now you have rupees which are stuck in there. And then with the other countries, I don't know, are there new initiatives for payment in local currency? Are they successful or not? That's my question.
Thank you very much. Yes, we think that the problem is that we will have balanced trade with countries who has reserve currencies. So we will export to European Union approximately the same value that we will import from European Union, and the problem with currency exchange we will not see. With China, we will have the same situation, but because of we will have positive trade balance with countries in Eurasian Economic Union, there is no problem because of trade within this integration economic integration process comes to rubles. But the problem we will see with in trade with other countries that have no reserve currencies for payment for Russian exports.
But it's been already paid in other currencies.
They paid, as I know, for the last year, for example, India paid in local currencies, but there is no possibility to repatriate these currencies into Russia because of so macroeconomic sizes of this sum is not allowed to convert to dollars, for example, euros, and redirect in Russian economy.
I see that we lack of another participant.
It's a limited to know Russia supply China with energy is hard, right? I think it's a contributing factor for China's low inflation. Certainly it's really new, right? You listen already, right? In new. The trade between Russia and China certainly in new, right? Or not?
Yes, yuan used in Russia-China trade more and more.
Yes, good, but simultaneously in this year, the first time in last many years, import from China to Russia will more than export from Russia to China. This is the new reality because of in previous year we saw negative trade balance from China.
In China, we have a special initiative of one day for health, and also we have something we call R&D internationalization. Maybe this also contribute to the R&D internationalization. Thank you.
Maybe I can add something. Regarding the trade with India, probably India agreed to pay with dirham. So UAE currency, which is might be convertible.
Maybe, but the size of this currency may be not enough to cover export and import flows from Russia to India. This is problem for great size of trade, because of if we trade lower than, for example, $1 billion, okay, no problem. But if trade will more than 20 or 30 billion dollars, the amount of these currencies may be not enough in the world market.
I think, Indian people send more goods to Russia to money.
Thank you for your suggestions. I suggest to go to the next speaker. Now I give the floor to Mariam Paskanyan. She is the chair of Economics and Finance, Russian-Armenian University. She's very smart expert, not only on Russian economy, but also on Armenian one. So this makes her absolutely unique. So we are therefore very fortunate that she accepted our invitation to this conference and found the time to come to us.
Thanks a lot. Hello, everybody. As it was mentioned, I'm from Russian-Armenian University. And first of all, I would like to thank for the invitation. It's my second time to participating in this conference, and I believe that such kind of discussions are very important, not only for science and developing of science, but also for practical implementation. Because as we talked on the first session, the global economy, I agree totally, is quite unstable. It's hard to argue with it. And at the same time, we have a huge issues in government regulation, and we don't know how to regulate this kind of crisis. We don't know how to regulate this kind of global economy. And I believe that theory is need to be changed to create some new mechanism of macroeconomic policies, etc. So such kind of discussions are very, very important for this development. The topic of my presentation is about investment in Armenia, and of course, first I would like to introduce some maybe specific characteristic of economy of Armenia. Yes, we are a small economy. It's understand that we are very dependent on global economy, on leading economies, for example. Not only China or USA, but also in our region, we are very dependent on all crises that happened in Russia. So in that case, we are very dependent on exogenous shocks. But at the same time, I believe that in this not very good or
unstable situation, such kind of small economies as Armenia has a chance to be developed more than we did last 30 years. I believe that when the world is unstable, there is a chance for small economies to find their place. And if you look at the map, I believe that we do have this chance. So what about our economy? This is economic growth and GDP of Armenia. And as you can see, there are many crises we had this past 30 years. And the last one was, last 3 years were very hard for us. I think it is understandable, but still we do have economic growth last year. And the main factors of this growth was, I believe, connected with situation in the world economy. For example, trade increase with Russia. I will show some graphs of this, and maybe several other factors, but still we do have quite good growth. And of course, it leads to growth of GDP per capita when we compare with other countries of Eurasian Union. And of course, I compared with some world indicators, not always very good to comparing with it, but still, we do have increasing of GDP per capita. It doubled, so it's quite a good indicator for us. What are the factors that GDP was growth? There is the main sectors of our GDP is agriculture, production, of course, trade, financial sector, energy sector, maybe construction also. These sectors are growth during last year, so we can explain why we have such a economic growth. More interesting is trade relation with other countries, and during this presentation I focused more on trade relation with Russia and influence of trade with Russia and Russian investment in Armenia. So I will show you the structure of geographic structure of exports. As you can see, share of Russia increased more than 3 times, but not only with Russia. Of course, mostly it is not export, it's re-export. So we don't produce the things that we export. This is not good for us, but still, I believe it can be a start for growing and developing our economy. Usually it works with small economies. So we do have experience of other countries which use these benefits and get more and more economic growth and then economic development. So I believe that this is a good trend for us. As for import, it's not increasing enough, but still we do have increase. And as you can see, we increase import from other countries. And actually, last 3 or even 5 years, we more diversified trade balance and both export and import. So this is also a good trend for us. As for foreign direct investment, as you can see, last year was really remarkable for us. Huge investment came to Armenia, and of course, it brings some economic growth also. It's very interesting that from the first point, you think that the most investment came from Russia, but it's not. As you can see, yes, of course, we do have investment from Russia, and it's become more and more, but still it's not only from Russia. The rest of the world also invests in Armenia, and I believe that it can bring some good benefits for us in the future. And because when investments are diversified, it's leads less risk for economy from the global unstable situation or any crisis. So this is also a good trend. And also one more thing. This is top 10 countries which are invest in Armenia. In this point of view, as you can see, Russia has maybe more than 70% of all investments which came in Armenia last year. So do it affect good on Armenian economy? I believe yes, but I will talk about more the sectors which were invested. We look at the sectors which came or bring investment in Armenia. You can see it's not very diversified. The biggest one is financial sector. This is good, but not the best way to develop real sector, to develop GDP. So I don't think that this is the best way to implement investment in the economy. Also, we do have investment maybe in construction, in real estate, and so on. We can say that. And of course, last year was more this huge amount of investment came in financial sector, not in sectors of economy, not in production or agriculture or so on. Okay. Slides. This is number of newly opened companies with Russian capital. Last year it was a huge amount, as you can see. But as you can see, this year it decreased. So it's not long-term tendency. So we cannot say that all good Russian companies, most of them are in informational technology sector. So we cannot say that this company come into our economy, and this is very important to understand for us as the Armenian economy, that this is not long-term trend. So yes, we do have economic growth according to the situation that we have in global economy, that we have in Russia, but it's not long-term. So we don't have to put all efforts on this kind of economic growth. We should find another ways to develop our economy. This is very important to understand for government, for macroeconomic policy, and so on. Here is number of Russian companies by month, because you can see how it's decreasing every month. And for example, last amount that I have is only 22 companies. It's well, not serious. And also, when we talk about what kind of investment do we have from Russian companies in Armenia, this is the main sectors that we have investment from Russian capital in Armenia last 50 years. And as you can see, there is no human capital, no high technologies. I mean, there are sectors that, yes, do bring some economic growth, but not in long term. I believe that this is the main problem of investment in our economy. We invest, I mean, we get foreign direct investment in some sectors connected with resources, energy sectors, transport, maybe telecommunications, and that's all. And when we talk about last year, next one please, yes. Last year, you can see there is no serious changes in the structure. So nothing changed actually. It's just bring more money in the same sectors. So I mean, in that way, we will not have enough quality economic growth, if I can say so, if we will not change the structure of investment. And most of this investment are short term. I mean, this year we do have huge amount of investment, second year we don't. I believe that if we want to develop our economy in the long term, so we need to permanent investment in such kind of sectors like human capital, high technology, education, science, and so on. Because for Armenia, this is the spheres that which are more important for developing than more than its construction, or I don't know, trade and so on. Because for small economy, which not very open borders, this is the best way to develop human capital and science and so on. So as okay, there is no, for my opinion, of course, but there is no pure investment in fixed capital from Russia, so it's very rare. Most investment are target and short-term interest, so this is not long-term effect on economic development in Armenia. Yes, we do need sustainable flow from Russia, and I believe that we should work with investors and we should change our investment policy according to bring more investment in sectors which are more effective for our economic growth. And as I mentioned about human capital, so this is, I would like to answer the questions more, so I will finish at this point. Thank you.
Thanks for the very interesting presentation. Actually, I have three short questions. The first is about the figure which breaks down the total volume of investment to Armenia, to Russia, and rest of the world. I think it's interesting what is the rest of the world, because it probably may be the investment somewhere from Cyprus or from Bermuda and somewhere else, which is really the Russian money, actually. So it is investment from Russia, actually, but not directly. So the second question concerns the probably the theoretical part of the whole story of Armenia. Actually, we have some positive external shock, which is, as far as I understand, as far as I see, probably I'm wrong, is rather rare. Usually we have negative external shocks for many countries, but when we have positive external shock of such a scale for a small economy, it seems not a very widespread phenomenon. Or I do not know, probably in Armenia there was some analysis of the experience of such shocks. Probably in the history there are such the examples of such positive external shocks, and I would be interested what's which are these examples and what lessons can be learned from that. And my final question concerns the role of the inflow of human capital to the Armenian economy, because not only trade was reoriented, and not only investments were rearranged, but also the flow of people was directed from Russia to Armenia in 2022 especially, and so these people are usually the representatives of what is usually called quality of human capital, and probably they could make some contribution into the Armenian economies in the long term. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions. I will start from the last one, if you don't mind. Yes, of course, we do have a flow of immigrants from Russia, not only Russian, Belarus, and so on, and most of these people work in information technology or such kind of companies. So yes, it is good trend for human capital, and also we have a flow more than 100 people from Artsakh. So we have also good trend in human capital, if we can say so. Let's be positive, but we should be realistic in this characteristic. I mean, for last year and maybe for this year, it was a good trend, but I don't believe that if we will not will not do some efforts to people to stay in Armenia, so it will be more negative effect. Because at this moment, more of these people work in, as I mentioned, in information and technology sectors, and means for GDP like consumption, more consumption. They buy something, they, I don't know, buy real estate and so on. So yes, it increases in some way consumption, but if they will leave tomorrow, the negative effect of this will be worse than if they didn't come at all. So actually, I think that in this part we should be very, very realistic and understand the situation that these people didn't come because they love Armenia. They come because of some circumstance. So it's important to understand that. My answer on your second questions, like connected with things I said, this, yes, positive exogenous shock is, I didn't find in any literature kind of experiences of this kind of positive shocks, but the problem is that when you have this in short term, very positive shock, and afterwards it stops, and I believe that it will stop maybe not this year, but next year, maybe 2 years more. This is maximum that I can believe that it will stay, this kind of positive, I mean, effect. The moment that it will outflow money, people, I don't know, trade also, it will affect worse, like in human capital situation. Then it will never happen. So that's what I think. And of course, we think about it. And the main idea, I believe that government should implement such kind of immigration policy, I don't know, investment policy, policy about real sector, or about human capital to adapt these people to make them believe that it's better to live in Armenia and to bring this money here. In that case, it will be good effect in long term. So I believe that this short term benefits may bring long term bad things in Armenia. And your first question about foreign direct investment, yes, I agree. I just cannot show it in statistics. It's mostly, of course, from Russia. But when you look at the other countries, there are so many strange countries that invest. It's just obvious that they are from Russia. So yes, I agree. Just I cannot show it in statistics.
I have a comment and a short question. As for a comment, I really impressed by your pessimism about Armenia, because for many years we discuss a very strange idea about competition of locations within the Eurasian Economic Union. Occasionally you receive this experiment in reality, and frankly speaking, Russian government is not against this experiment. They are not, of course, proud of these results, but we can see that there are no real barriers of this shift of Russian IT companies to Armenia. And you receive these companies, and despite the possibility to develop this like a tradition of competition within the Eurasian Union, we see the increase of anti-Russian attitude in Armenian society. For example, even some conferences were stopped in October or November within the Eurasian initiatives, very different, including Eurasian Consortium and so on. So, my short question is there some research centers or even experts who try to make at least sociological research on Russian prospects in Armenia? Firstly, what Russians think about their own future in Armenia, then how much money they spend, invest, and so on. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. First of all, I'm not pessimistic. I'm a scientific person, so I believe that to be optimistic is up to political people. And I believe that if you do some science, you have to be critical, and you maybe, yes, have to be pessimistic. So that's why my presentation was not so optimistic, because I don't need votes. And I will not answer to your comment about political issues, because it's not like that, actually. To be, I'm representing Russian Armenian University, and I believe that it's not like that, to be honest. As for people which came, yes, they spent very much money, as I said, and increasing consumption, but this is short-term situation, I believe, because of many factors, actually. When we talk about investment, there is no actual investment in fixed capital. This is the most important, because, for example, I showed you a lot of companies from Russia that came. They are not invest. The investment is not very huge amount, actually. So they just came because this IT company actually do not need invest. They just need computer, internet, and nothing more. And they do their work as they did in Russia, in Moscow. So it doesn't matter for them from where to work. But they do not invest in real sector. And this is paying taxes. Absolutely. Yes, of course, they do pay taxes, and that's why we do have this economic growth. We understand that factors, they pay taxes, they spend money, and all these factors have influence to economic growth. But you should create this environment to make these people to stay. This is the main idea. If we will not, they will just leave, as we do. Actually, someone is going to. Olga, do you want to ask? So we recently have had a scientific dispute among colleagues about the GDP of Armenia. According to national statistical data, your GDP growth was 12.6% last year, but according to the Eurasian Economic Union, on their side, you can see another figure. So your economic growth was even higher, according to them. It's about 14.2%. So I can't say who is more accurate. I'm not going to decide, but I think the news is positive in any case, though the growth is not very sustainable, as you have noticed. I suggest to go further and to give the floor to our next speaker, Olga Klachko, Deputy Head, School of World Economy of our university. Olga has been successfully studying global value chains and strategies of international companies for many years. In particular, she recently published an article in a leading international journal where she shed some light on the exit of foreign companies from the Russian market with improved methodology. So now I must be like to thank you so much for the introduction. Sorry. Is it okay? Okay. So it was my pleasure to listen to. Is it better? Yeah, it's okay. No. I will try to speak louder.
Yes, please.
Yes, please don't know the second one. Is it okay now?
it was a great pleasure for me to listen to Marion's presentation because it is about FDI issues. And first of all, I will extend this topic and we'll talk about new FDI policy. And on the other hand, when starting economic relations, we usually hear debates on foreign trade and trade policy. Less attention is paid to FDI issues, but still they are still very, very important and underestimated, I would say, by the academicians and regulators. So the practice of regulating FDI, so-called FDI policy around the world until recently was quite new, and it was focused on promoting investment. Incoming FDIs were actually welcomed by countries and with a number of just standard restrictions for military space, financial, etc. Yeah, sure. But now we observe another trend, actually, namely restricting FDI. And at this point, please let me divide the FDIs into two broad categories, inbound and outbound. And this very simple classification gives us two groups of countries, recipient countries and donor countries. And developing countries are mostly recipient. They have traditionally been interested in stimulating the inflow of capital with restriction for strategically important and sensitive sectors. And this trend actually continues. According to UNCTAD statistics in 2022, countries, when we take into consideration developing as well developed countries, they introduced more measures favorable to FDI. And more than in previous year, but actually in 2022, the number of favorable measures reached the pre-pandemic level. So why is it so? Because it brings new technology, capital, jobs, etc., rather obvious incentives. Another group of countries is donor countries. Actually, developed countries are almost regarded as donors, major donors, and they usually, before recently, did not introduce any restriction on FDI, no control, sometimes political, economic, and financial support. Why? Because it is about global market expansion, more economic power, and as a consequence, political power, so the benefits are obvious. But now this attitude to FDI is changing. And in the face of geopolitical tensions, sanctions, technological economic decoupling, new trends in FDI policy appear. Again, just a few statistical facts. In 2022, countries with FDI screening mechanism accounted to 71% of global FDI. In previous year, it was 66%. And if we take just the major or mega M&A deals, then we will see that the number of deals, such deals withdrawn for regulatory or political concerns increased by a third, and their value increased by 60%, almost 70%. So we see that a lot of countries introduce restricting measures, and FDI is now increasingly perceived not as a source of economic benefits, but as a source of technological, economic, and of course political risks. Next slide. Thank you. So the liberal view of most countries on FDI is being replaced by a stringent regulatory policy. The main elements or trends of it, or characteristics of it, follows investment policy from a tool of regulating the activities of companies becomes a key component of new security strategies. So from a micro level, we move to a macro level, to the country's level. If previously FDI was focused primarily on incoming investment, less was said, or less attention was, almost no attention was paid
to outbound FDI, outflow of capital. Now the instruments are being re-entered to strengthen control over inbound and outbound FDIs as well. And the priority of FDI policy in major economies is to ensure the country's technological sovereignty rather than economic efficiency, and FDIs plays here important role because they transfer technology and know-how and competences to other countries, so they are restricted. So let me demonstrate my ideas by the example of leading players on the global FDI market. As you can see on this slide, the leading players are US, China, UK, and some other European countries. The same leaders we see in outbound FDI stock. If we account the total amount of FDI, just summarize and calculate the total amount of EU countries, then this figure will put the region onto the first place. And so I would like to show the cases of EU, the United States, and China, how they changed their FDI policy. So the United States, in what FDIs began to become stricter in 2018 with the introduction of the Foreign Investment Risk Modernization Act. It was a very famous act. And actually, later, 2 years later, in 2020, new rules introduced into the act, but simultaneously the United States issued a list of countries with special status. And originally, this act was aimed to prevent the expansion of Chinese companies. But now in 2020, it also influences the FDIs from other economies. And the list of favorable countries includes just, or friendly countries includes just Australia, Canada, and the United Kingdom. So the number of transactions undergoing deeper analysis in the US grew exponentially. It was an obvious trend, which was not apparent before. Outward FDIs were not subject to control until 2023. Earlier this year, the US announced plans to develop a new regulatory system and prohibit investment in advanced technologies abroad. I guess it was a strategy to prevent investments into Chinese companies. And in August this year, actually, this announcement was legalized. A presidential decree was issued, which allows to block stop investment by American businesses into Chinese companies, especially in advanced technologies industries. The EU, what is its experience and trends? Actually, FDI regulation in the EU is carried out at the member states level. Many countries tighten controls on inward FDI. The most active country here is Germany. It several times has already extended its list and monitoring mechanism for sensitive and strategically important industries. This year, we've seen introduction of new FDI regime with strengthening monitoring control over FDI in Slovakia, Denmark, Belgium, Sweden, Ireland, Luxembourg. So the list is very big. And at the European level, a coordinated policy in FDI began to shape in 2019 with the adoption of foreign investment verification mechanism, which actually tries to create a common space for regulation, FDI regulation for EU, and gives recommendations to member countries. And in January this year, EU foreign subsidies regulation was introduced, and actually it means a mandatory notification regime for M&A conducted by firms, which receive financial support from non-EU countries. Outward FDIs, again, it is carried out at the level of member states. separate initiatives are emerging, but still the countries just announced to create a legal framework to screen for screening out what FDIs, but actually no actual steps or measures are being introduced yet. The same picture is on the EU level. Commission program 2023. In it, the Commission announced that it will review the rules of MTI regulation and will study the need to introduce additional tools to control unrewarded investments. The same phrase we find in the new economic security strategy of EU. The case of China, just a couple of minutes. We all know the huge role of FDIs in China's economic development, and this role and economic growth was secured by the Chinese policy of openness and FDI stimulation. In 2020, new Chinese FDI law was introduced, and again, it was about stimulating, promoting FDIs. Of course, China does respond to EU and US restrictions, but the countermeasures do not lie in the field of FDIs. They respond in other ways. And this can be stressed, this idea can be stressed by the fact that in China this year, again, China has published a new concept to attract foreign investments with extensive list of incentives and guarantees for foreign companies. Out what FDIs actually here. Nothing actually new to be said. The situation is very similar to Russia. Russian capital goes to offshore jurisdictions. The same happens in China, with the difference that Chinese capital flows into developed economies, and Chinese government would like to see its capital in national companies for national development. In 2017, restrictions were imposed on export of capital, so the very large M&As and investments should be notified, and actually all investments that are not related to the Chinese company's core business should also be scrutinized. So just to the conclusion, what are the main implications for Russia? As we can see, FDI is regarded by major economies, and it is a new trend in world economy, as a tool that countries use to invest in new models of economic development. So it is just one of the instruments, along with trade policy, value chains, regulation, and so on. And its aim, it is used with the aim and actually it will result in a set of new economic zones, partners, investors, and investment institutions. Russia so far has no clear FDI policy. We have just a set of single measures that are not pro but reactive. And so we have already talked today about new Russian foreign economic policy, and as far as I know and heard in the media, its priorities are formulated in terms of foreign capital, not in terms of FDIs. FDIs are just, these issues are neglected, and they should be included, and at least as a reaction to the trends we see in major economies. And Russia's economic security strategy was introduced in 2017. We have no strategy so far, but of course it should be updated, and also it should take into consideration current FDI trends and secure Russian interests. No, that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I just have one brief question before giving the floor to Alexei. Olga, my question is about the last sentence. Russia's economic security strategy was introduced and it should be updated. If you if you were involved in such development of the document, what would be your priority? What would you advise in terms of security strategy for FDI?
It is a very complex question because actually I have no illusions about capacity or ability of Russian companies to expand abroad in form of FDIs. We except of extracting industries or financial sectors. We don't have know-how, we don't have technology. Our reaction it should be included into our economic security strategy is to facilitate cooperation, not alone. Alone we unfortunately in technologically advanced strategies we could not offer a lot, but still we have a very good potential to develop our own IT sector and technologically advanced industries. And so really it is a very, very complex question which we should elaborate very deeply on. On one hand, we should promote FDIs, but did it not to a large extent, because FDIs from friendly countries won't bring us advanced technology, just maybe Chinese from China or several other countries. On the other hand, we have our own capital. Maybe the most important issue is to get offshore Russian capital that is offshore back to the country and to invest it into economy.
Thank you very much. And now I give the floor to Alexei.
Yes, I also have a question about changes in FDI policy of the European Union.
You need to switch one, Michael.
Traditionally, according to Western view of FDI issues, we discussed about changes in the European Union policy. But can we speak about changes in FDI climate of the European Union? Because according to all traditional publications of European experts, for example, from the 80s, from the beginning of 90s, we have only pure decrease in the quality of investment climate of the European Union. Some foreign investors, like Russians, cannot receive their money back. It's like a problem with investment climate. I can follow with many other examples, but the main problem is that 36% of FDI outflows belongs to developing countries, plus Russia and South Korea, which were developing even 2 years ago. So 36% nowadays. It's a figure of the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development for 2021 or 2022. So it's a stable and increasing figure. We dare say that in several years we have a half of FDI from developing countries. So in such cases, all changes in European Union FDI policies only the decrease in their investment climate.
I totally agree with you. Actually, all what happens with our companies and nationalization and other measures that are undertaken by EU authorities, they undermine the FDI climate in EU countries. And of course, less countries will trust the European Union as an investor. Less will be, but it is a long-term issue. Maybe we will want to see the current, right now, its effect, but in the long term, of course, it will.
I see.
You mentioned a set of new economic rules anything particular?
What?
A set of new economic zones. Anything, anywhere particular?
Do you mean this slide or another?
This one. You mentioned Russia need a set of new economic zones. Anything particularly in mind?
Yes, you mean the extension of the introduction of new tools in the EU that I described previously.
How about Russia?
No, Russia, no, I mean that FDI nowadays is a new tool, but in Russia, no tools in FDI policy is introduced. In other countries, restricting measures are introduced. The list of strategically and sensitive industries is expanded. Some investment deals, M&A deals with certain characteristics are prohibited. American companies are scrutinized when they try to invest not only into China, but also when they would like to conduct joint ventures with Chinese companies in Europe, for example.
My suggestion is, how about in Russia, people stock?
FDI stock in Russia?
Yeah.
Could you please go back to the slide with graphs? Yes, yes, sorry, I didn't pay attention to the Russian situation. Our FDI stock in outbound, $379 billion, and outbound stock is almost the same, $315 billion. And actually, we are not the last country in the list of foreign investors, but still we are on the 22nd or 23rd place. And of course, if we regard that the Russian economy, our GDP is on the 8th place, then our FDI potential is not realized to full extent, and we have. But actually, it is difficult to expand our FDIs nowadays because of the sanctions and because of just because our companies are not enough experienced in conducting international operations in such a complex form as FDI.
Thanks. One short question. So you mentioned a lot of new policies in different jurisdictions about FDI, that they are limited somehow in one or another country. And you said that Russia doesn't apply anything like that. Is it really bad? Because we discussed in the first session, for example, that many countries intervene into market forces and sometimes even weaponize the economic activity, and it leads to the lower efficiency and it leads to lower economic growth. Does it really need to do the same? Is the question? It doesn't necessarily mean that doesn't need it, but however, I think that we should ask this question before saying that really needs something like that.
Of course, I don't know. In my presentation, I would stress that Russia does need to understand what happens around it and how and develop some strategy to react to these changes. But actually, Russia is a huge country. We have capital. Our companies have capital. In our case, maybe national investments are of more importance than investments abroad, and we should pay more attention to stimulate our companies and our capital to invest into Russian projects than to go abroad. And actually, I do know a lot of Russian high-tech companies who do not depend on import or depend to a small extent, just to 10 or 20%, because they could substitute the inputs and develop technologies they need by themselves. Of course, we won't reach the level the technological level of the United States, European Union in the nearest future, maybe in some products and solutions, IT solutions, we will never reach it, but still our potential is very huge and we should have our own investment policy, but not follow the pattern of the US and EU.
I suggest a short pause and invite you to our next room. Yes, there are some sweets, coffee, and tea.
Yeah, let's have a break for 15 minutes. Yeah, then we'll come back.
For the next speaker, just remembered that about 12 years ago, I started my postgraduate studies, and I had to choose the scientific topic and ask advice from my supervisor. And he said to me, remember three tips. The first tip, your topic should be interesting. It was obvious. Tip number two, your topic should be should allow you to make some calculations. And remember the third advice, never take up the topic about foreign investment in Russia, because you know it comes beyond reach. You never know what will happen tomorrow. So it was about 12 years ago. And Alexei Kuznetsov is the one who is not afraid of this topic. Alexei is the author of a huge number of works on the international economics. But for me, he is not only a great scientist, but also a very brave researcher. So please, Alexei.
I remember my first competition at the Russian Science Foundation. It was about consequences of European Union sanctions against Russia, and it was in 2014. Some colleagues told me that you are very dangerous because they can stop and you will lose your grant. And I spent 5 years I have a prolongation, but then it was luckily with my grant, but not luckily with other things. I will have only 2 slides, and first of them is about the position of Russia. Russia is too big to be ignored, and it was the main mistake of Western countries. Of course, we have many problems, but when we look at our position, almost in all aspects, we are in top 10. Of course, square, but even population, but also GDP, even in current rates in 2022, due to World Bank, we go ahead and at the moment are on the 8th place. And typically people say that 1%, 3%, even 5% of world total is very small to influence on anything. Maybe it is too small to influence in your own direction, but it is enough to change the whole picture, to influence negatively on value-added chains, on stability in FDI, and so on and so on. Maybe we shouldn't forget about Russian influence in non-economic fields, like language, culture, and so on, because typically these aspects are underestimated in FDI and foreign trade issues. But when we remember about segment of Russian language area for Soviet plus some other countries, it is really very significant. Even in R&D, where we have real problems because 1% of GDP for R&D expenditure is stable, 1% is very bad thing. But in total size, we are still in top 10 of the world. So Russia can produce something in some field, even in R&D. And what we can see afterwards, we can see very interesting thing about FDI in stock, and then I go to foreign trade, but initially I want to start with FDI. At the beginning of this year, I received a negative peer review in my own scientific journal where I'm the editor-in-chief from my colleague, and it was blind peer review, it was my trick. And he told me that it is impossible to discuss scientifically about consequences of investment climate in Europe in case of sanctions against Russian investors. I also thought that it will be impossible till 2025, but also 2025, to discuss this question. And laughed that in 2025 it would be nothing to find these negative consequences. But my colleague was mistaken. I also was too pessimistic. In summer, we received first figures of the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development about 2022. FDI in the stocks, and we can see that the worst situation in the world with dynamics of inwards FDI stocks was during global financial crisis, that is 2008. And for China, for the rest of developing economies, it was also the worst year in this century, 2008. But look at 2022, it is the second worst year for the total FDI stocks. And it is not the worst year for China or for the rest of developing economies. For China and for the rest of developing economies, the second worst year, of course, was 2020, which means COVID pandemic. But for the European Union and the United States, it is 2022. The only significant thing which took place in 2022 in the world economy was sanctions war against Russia. Of course, it is not Russian FDI which flow from the European Union and the United States, because if we remember the share of Russia in FDI stocks, it is only 1, maybe 2% of the offshore zones in the European Union and the United States. So money likes silent, and probably it is Chinese and Arabic money which go. Of course, there is a possibility that it is only the general decrease of market stock prices in the European Union and the United States. But as for this explanation, it is worse for the United States and the European Union than the flight of developing countries, money from these countries. Because I don't want to say that Russian struggle against sanctions is so influential to decrease the whole market of the United States and the European Union. So typically it is the explanation that developing economies decided not to be so active in European Union and United States markets in terms of FDI. And it is only one aspect of the total shift of the world economy to Asia. Here we can see the shifts in geographical structure of the Russian merchandise foreign trade turnover. I try to compare 2013, the year before Crimean reunification, 2021, before Ukrainian crisis, and from January to August 2023. The first two columns are connected with the Russian official statistics on trade. As for the last column, it is mirrored statistics of different countries. Of course, it's not the same, and typically we have some lags, especially in the case of China, some African countries. But I try to show only main tendencies, and we can see here that the share of the European Union collapsed. Approximately 10 years ago, I made a radical scenario of Russian economic relations when told about 30% of European Union share in Russian turnover in 1 decade, and many colleagues told me, why, how? And I saw the tendency of the increase in Chinese-Russian trade, in Russian-Indian trade, and many other BRICS countries. We can see that the share of BRICS countries, including new members, increased for the whole decade, but it increased slowly. And for these 2 years, it was a radical increase in relations with not only China, but India, Brazil, many Arab countries, including Egypt, Algeria. And what is also very interesting, that the share of Republic of Korea and Japan decreased not so radically as relations with the European Union countries and the United States. I decided not to show 2022 because everybody knows due to high oil and gas prices, there were many paradoxes. For example, Poland entered top 10 of Russian partners in 2022 only due to prices. But 2023 is really typical according to volumes of fuel trade. We have a very interesting source of Russian mirror statistics, so named Russian Foreign Trade Tracker, which introduced 38 countries of the world without Belarus, United Arab Emirates, and Africa. And even without these very important partners of current Russian Federation, we can see that our exports decreased in 2 years only from 248 billions for the first 8 months to 230, which means less than 10%. It's nothing. It's a fluctuation of prices because in 2022, when we look at 8 months, it was 360 because we have to understand the reason. And we can see a real substitution, at least in terms of prices and dollars. The European Union goes away, and China, but not only China, but also India, Turkey, a little bit South Korea, even South Korea, and Kazakhstan try to substitute the Russian Federation, the European Union, in the trade with the Russian Federation. We have many figures. Sometimes it can be judged as speculation because everybody understands that sometimes we cannot substitute good, high quality machinery from the European Union. But I dare say it's a problem only of time and some tricky ways to receive this equipment. For example, in 2022, my own institution need a unique equipment for the library from the United Kingdom. And we received it. And it was the queue of oligarchs who tried to help us for money to receive this equipment. So, in fact, business structures in the European Union and the United Kingdom, probably in the United States, I cannot say exactly about this country, that country, but as for European business, they try to overcome their own barriers. And they will overcome it. And it doesn't matter, via India, via United Arab Emirates, or Kazakhstan, or Armenia. So the main question is the quality of Russian government and Russian large corporations. Can they opt not to elaborate schemes to overcome these sanctions? But the fundamental change in the world economy is evident. The rise of Asia and Asian countries don't want to participate in this struggle against the Russian Federation in terms of economy, in terms of trade and FDI, when we speak only about Ukrainian crisis and some aspects related with this. So I suppose it is the main challenge for the Russian government, not the sanctions war with Western countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation and interesting slides. Please, colleagues, any questions?
Probably a rather common question. Of course, this thanks for this important numbers, especially given that there is no official trade statistics in Russia, and yeah, there is huge uncertainty about specific trade flows. But of course, this table is just a part of the full story if we look at the global economy, because we understand that moving Russian oil to India is just adds additional stage to the chain, and this oil finally goes to the European Union, and we see that the exports of Germany to Kazakhstan rises 100% for a year, or which is even more illustrative, in my opinion, is that, for example, the trade between Armenia and the United Arab Emirates increased by 800% for a year, and these are countries which are neutral both. So these are two different stages at the chain between Russia and the Western countries. And this additional stages appear, and so the whole international trade reconfigures. And so my common slash question concerns that the whole sanction regime, it actually leads to the rise of huge number of intermediates, which of course gain from this conflict, including Armenia, by the way, including India, which I mentioned already, including the United Arab Emirates, including Turkey, including Singapore, some other countries, and so on. And in principle, both sides of the conflict, they are more or less happy that these intermediates appear, because they are the windows of avoiding sanctions, mirrors to overcome these sanctions for both sides. And so my question concerns whether the existence of these intermediates is really sustainable in the long term. So what is the risk that some of these intermediates would disappear because of secondary sanctions, or because of the changes in political regime, and all the structure where the whole volumes of trade in the global economy more or less retain, but the reconfiguration of these volumes is different. So how long this situation may exist, and how sustainable it is?
Additional change, of course, leads to additional costs. But the main question is who will pay? Russia or Western countries? And Asian countries receive profits. What tried to make Russia? Russia tried to develop BRICS Plus, and so Russia wants to use additional profits of Asian countries in economic field to construct something in terms of global world order, non-Western global order. Of course, as I told you, it is a question of whether the Russian government can manage to produce such a new world order, non-Western. It's a great question. But at the moment, it is an idea to commercialize Asian profits from additional change in Russian-European trade, and to convert them in new political configurations. And new political configurations can also produce economic profits. Remember the end of the Second World War. there was a struggle between the Great Britain and the United States, between Keynes and American economists. American economists won only because America was influential in political terms. And as a result, we received a dollar-oriented economy instead of economy which based on several currencies, including British pound. So at the moment, the idea of Russian authorities is to repeat in some other circumstances and some other configurations such great shift to another world. I'm not sure that this strategy will be successful, but the idea is to change everything. And for Asian countries, it is a good solution because at the moment they still receive money, additional money. Russia promises a new world order where the role of Asian countries will be higher. Objective forces of the global development also supported the rise of Asia. So the world of future will be Asian world. And maybe at the moment I can say only such things.
I can give you one, just for you, that was entertainment, one historical fact. How I was beneficiary of elaborate schemes mentioned by you. And in 1988-89, Soviet Union was under sanctions, including sanctions on chips for electronic equipment for countries. I had one in Moscow. It was kind of a box, 4 kilograms. Memory was 400,000 open, small window. It was before Microsoft. The program called Framework. Very good, by the way, but it mostly for text, not for numbers. The big party of such devices was purchased by three academic institutions. Moscow Institute of Space Studies, Institute of Studying the United States and Canada, IMMO, Institute of Global Economy. They pitched it via elaborate scheme in Switzerland. And 500 days plan, at least on my side, and one of my best stories from the West, that some plans for the reforms from fund to market was written on a computer, which was actually illegally. But that scheme for Russia was working for 5 centuries. Official sanctions were introduced by Poland, Sweden, and German trade down counter in 1495. And the window for liberal schemes was written now capital of Latvia. German nations, not Latvians. Latvians were peasants. It was Germantown, and German nations made huge money by working as an interface. That's why Peter the Great tried to take Riga. If he was successful, we wouldn't have St. Petersburg, and Riga probably would be the capital of the Russian Empire, or at least the most important part. These schemes are risky. So when I spoke in Shanghai a few days ago, and I was asked essentially the same question, I said that probably globalization, regionalization, and controlling risk security area, self-sufficient on supplies of essential components, elements, materials, resources. But big countries will take care not to find themselves in our situation 2 years ago, when, as I said, when if we take chain of supplies and fabrication, one is Russian, second imported, third Russian, fourth imported, fifth product. It's this crazy situation. Essential things should be done nationally. So a reasonable strategy is to have immediate defense on basic things, kind of, we were talking energy security, food security, from supplies, essential supply security. I don't know if what is the government doing about it, but it appears it goes both ways. Of course, we cannot produce everything. So we will be buying on mass scale in China or other countries where we're willing and capable to supply, of course. But at the same time, we keep inventing. And another thing is Russian history of invention. Probably not everybody studying history, military history, as some people in Illinois, we have few friends really deep in the military history, global military history. I'm not that good, but still, what is well known for Russia, what any invention arrived to Russia since 15th century. By Russian music was redone and improved. By 1700s, as Peter regrets, coming to power, really to go into power, we didn't have any substantial size artillery. We produced some guns, simple guns. It was Moscow artillery dwarf. And he started artillery guns, big guns enterprises on Ural. Essentially, it was private company, but we were working in a very interesting way. A king would give land, resource, and peasants, thousands of peasants assigned to the enterprise. And he would hire hundreds of European engineers for the hundreds. It's a lot of people. And that way it was working for only 18th century, for a century. By the time of Napoleon, dependent peasants, it's already Russian engineers or grandchildren of Europeans. We kind of stayed to live a real life. Very good pay, by the way, very good pay to dependent peasants. We received very decent salary. And by the time of Napoleon, Russian artillery was better than British and equal to French. Oh, some better, some not. So basically, all the history of global invention are Russians, but Russians in a very broad sense. We had very huge influx of people of no own nationality. Armenians, Jews, Germans, Scottish, most famous, few single Scottish people are most famous in our history of Scottish origin. By the way, beginning seems to be beginning of 7th century. Can you imagine? Scottish and Irish people defending Moscow 4 centuries ago. We just will hide the key, stay there, and everything. And this Russian culture, Russian nobility, Russian, we are people, regardless the background, if you like it, there are no exams on that
Russian officer. Army against Napoleon had 10% of foreign people, 10% of officers were foreign ingredients, and probably 20-30% of generals joined. So Russia is very receptive country to people and innovation, and after that they immediately begin to improve it. When I see something, I start to change it. It's how we were taught in school. Understand? Okay, now we show what you can do. Hopefully school still can produce it. So basically, I much more believe in the capability of people and peers looking at the events of the front. It continues. Under stress, Russia works 3 orders better. When nothing happens, we are extremely lazy. Most of jokes in Russia, not in 22, but in 14, was that sanctions was a miracle in disguise. Because if they wanted to crush Russia, the best thing was to let us live on oil rent and do nothing. In a generation, we would be incapable of invention and fighting. Sustainability, it's kind of natural survivor is kind of a national element. Reverse the better, I'm afraid. At least it's what we more or less intellectuals agree between ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Really interesting supplement. So with great pleasure, I turn to our next speaker, Bruno De Ponzi, who has very rich academic biography, associate professor, University of Campinas, Brazil. So thank you for your participation. And by the way, how long does it take you to get from Brazil to Moscow?
24 hours. Long flight, but it's worth. I thank you very much for the invitation, Professor Igor, Carol, it's a great pleasure to be here. It's not my first time at HSC. On the contrary, I came here several times. It's very good to see some old friends, to meet some colleagues. And but it's my first time in this specific conference, and I'm very, very honored to be here with you today. So let me control my time. And then what Professor Olga asked me to talk today is about Latin America. So in this whole discussion about the new geography of trade and FDI, she asked me to put the focus on Latin America. We can. And then this is the outline of my presentation. After a brief introduction, then I'll talk a little bit about trade, external trade, using also some data of economic complexity, but then I'll concentrate myself on FDI, which was also the requirement of the organization, and then go to some final remarks. I know you all are aware of that, but I cannot start talking about my country or my region without reminding that, well, we were a colony for more than 3 centuries. And I won't bother you with all this story, you all know about that. But this is very important to discuss some specificities that we still have in the Brazilian and Latin American society. So there is a very important Brazilian economy who says that at the end, our economy and our society have still a sense of colonization. So we are shaped still by these 3 centuries of colonization. And this is also important for our specific discussion here, which is about trade and the structural, the productive structure, as I'm going to show to you later. We had a moment in Latin America with heterogeneities in terms of the intensity and the substance of the process, but we had a moment of industrialization from the 30s to the 80s. Brazil is certainly the country in Latin America which reached the highest level of industrialization, But then we started having, well, the lost decade, the so-called lost decades, which were related to the external debt crisis, and then also the effects of the new international division of labor, the ascension of China and Asia as a whole, as the new manufacturer of the world. And we started, together with the opening up process we had in our economies in all the region, a deindustrialization process. It's not specific to Latin America. I know it happened in many parts of the world, but then in Latin America it was very, very intense, as I'm going to show you. So, and then the motivation of this whole discussion is, well, are there vectors for changes in the economic structure of Latin America nowadays? And in China and the ascension of China, and China is a new partner for, and the most important partner for many countries in the region. Does it bring changes, both in terms of trade and FDI? Does it bring changes for Latin America? The pandemic and the disruption of the global value chains and also the geopolitical tension, the so-called deglobalization, are we living a moment in which we can have transformation, real transformation in the productive structure in Latin America? Those are the questions. Then I start with the economic complexity index. You are probably familiar with this index, which tries to capture the diversity of the products, the goods that are exported, imported. It comes from the Atlas of Complexity Index. And then you show that Latin America is one of the regions of the world with the lowest complexity index. So even Brazil, which is by far the highest, the biggest economy in the region, has a very low economic complexity index. So it's comparable only to Africa and to Central Asia. And also, if you see dynamically, you show that it has been declining, this index, in the last few decades. So the first, very small, but the first data is 1995, and then it comes up to now. And you see that the first line is Mexico. I'm sorry, it's very small, but the first line is Mexico, which is an exception in Latin America. So it's the only country which still has an important industry, but we have to discuss also, and if you want, we can discuss it at the end, what kind of industry they have in Mexico. But because they have a model of development that at the end they were integrated in the global value chains through the so-called maquilas, so the makeup industry, right? So they do export a lot of industrial goods, but by importing a lot of industrial goods. So at the end, the value added in Mexico is very low, and also the outcomes of this industrialization is not so good as one could expect in terms of salaries and so on. But it's an exception of one country which didn't lose in terms of the complexity index. And then I put Russia just as a reference, which is together with Uruguay, and all other countries are below Russia and with a declining trend. So you see Brazil, a very strong declining trend in the last 2-3 decades. And then the same for Argentina, Peru, Bolivia, Venezuela. So this is what I mean by when I'm talking about deindustrialization. And then I brought here some examples also using this economic complexity index, allowing you to see, you're probably aware of the main important goods which are exported in some of the countries of the region. So this is the exception, as I told you, Mexico, it does export cars, computers, and so on, but through the import of the inputs and the high value-added inputs, right? And it has been a very, very strong dependence on the United States. They have a saying in Mexico that they are very close to the United States, very far from God, you probably know it. And so it's a very particular case. But then if you go into the other countries, here you see Brazil, and you see that the current export list of important goods is, well, it's totally, it's the same as in the colonial period. So that's why I'm saying that we have to come back to our origins and our original insertion in the International Division of Labor that finally is even after 1.5 century or 200 years of independence, we still didn't manage to change. So if we get iron ore, petroleum, and soybeans, it's already 40% of our exports. And what changed is the main partner. So since the 30s, we had the US as our main partner, but now since 2009, China overcome the US, and now it's 30% of our exports go to China. And then just another example, I won't go into all the countries, but then Bolivia and the small countries, they are all extremely and even more dependent on gold, petroleum, gas, and so on and so forth. And then I bring the discussion to the FDIs, and I'll have more data on that. As you can see, Latin America is one, in terms of the region, it's the region in the world which receives less FDIs in absolute terms. But then if we go into the relative numbers, so we can go to the next slide. In terms of our GDP, the stock is not so low, so it's around 50%, which means that we are a bit lower than the OECD, for instance, which has something around 55, and European Union 63. So, the last figures show that we had an important decline with the pandemic, as in the whole world, but now in the recent years, there is a surge again in the FDI to the region in all categories. So there is a very important increase, for instance, in intercomp loans, which, as you know, is categorized as FDI, and this is related to the increase in the interest rates, which are structurally high in Latin America, but they increase it in the whole world and even more in Latin America. But it's not only intercomp loans, we have reinvested earnings and so on. So it increased a lot last year. We can go further. With this concentration, then, which is not a surprise, 40% of the FDI went last year to Brazil, and then if we include Mexico, Chile, and Colombia, it already reached 75%. Argentina received a lot of FDI, but as you know, well, in the recent period, due to the crisis, then they are receiving a bit less. Then the distribution of the FDI in terms of sectors. You can see that the orange curve is line is manufacture, and it used to be the highest share of the FDI in Latin America. The peak was in 2013, and then we started a very important crisis, economic crisis in the whole region, specifically in Brazil. Professor Gregorio mentioned the demonstrations in 2013. It was the beginning of deceleration and then a crisis in Brazil and in the whole region. And so you can see the declining trend for FDIs for industry, right? And last year we had more, mostly for automobile. I can talk about that later. But still, I don't see that as a reversion in the trend. What we do have is, and now the most important share is for services. Then it's most financial services, but also utility is very important. So for the privatization process, now in Argentina with Milei, you probably know that, well, he's willing to privatize a lot. So for those public services, electricity and so on, so those are important targets for the FDI. And then natural resources is also important, a bit lower, but also important. And then last comment for industry, it also involves industry related to commodities, right? So refining oil and so on. Here you can see in the subsectors, and then last year we had very important investments in oil and gas. So unlike what is happening in the whole world, which has much more investments nowadays in renewable energy, we had it, I have another chart showing it, in previous years we have more investment in renewable energy, but we still have this dual situation with a lot of investment in the so-called brown energy. And then automobile, it's mostly Mexico, and then you can see the other subsectors. Here, precisely, yes. In the previous years, we started having a trend of more investments in renewable energy, so it's mostly solar and wind energy. but the investments in oil, coal, not so important for coal, but oil and natural gas, this is still very important. And then one of the questions is, well, if the investments from China are becoming more and more important in the whole world and also in China, in Latin America, can it change the picture? Because the FDI from China, and Olga already discussed it, has some traditional motivations, but also some other motivations, right? So creating a captive demand for Chinese inputs, acquisition of technology and know-how, and setting international standards as well. So we can move ahead. We can maybe skip this one. So let's see what is the kind of FDI from China which is going into Latin America. Here you can see the picture that after the outbreak of the prime crisis, there was a surge in the Chinese investments in the whole region. Although in the last year it was very small, but the tendency is that, well, it keeps the high level, this high level it is having since 2010. Then again, a concentration in terms of countries. So with some differences, Brazil is still the most important country, but then there is relatively more investment in Peru, for instance, and Venezuela, than the picture for the whole world investments. Then here in terms of sectors, it's a bit polluted, this chart, but I just want to draw your attention to the yellow part with energy. So you can see that there are some differences depending on the year. In some year, very important investments in metals, for instance, back in 2007 and 2008, but very importantly in energy, and in the last year, transports. So it's part of a plan to construct the infrastructure, which is also used for the export of the mineral and agricultural goods. So Chinese investments is also going into the construction of this infrastructure. And then getting the whole series, you see that more than half of the Chinese investments go into energy, then both brown and green energy. Then metals is 17% and transportation 15%. So those, you see that there is a very high concentration in some specific sectors. Here you see also, I won't go into the whole table, but in terms of the Chinese companies which are investing in Latin America, right? And then the main important one is State Grid. So it's making very important investments in the whole region, but specifically in Brazil, in my city, Campinas, there are very important investments from State Grid. And then if you get State Grid, China Petroleum, and so Sinopec, and then Three Gorges, you reach already 40, 20, 26, 30% if you get the four first companies. So State Grid, Sinopec, Three Gorges, and communication. So you see that there is also this very high concentration in terms of the Chinese companies which are investing in Latin America. Most of them state-owned companies in those specific sectors. So electricity, energy as a whole, and also communication construction. Here, a very important thing to be discussed as well. There is a characteristic in this Chinese investment that it goes mainly for the acquisition of existing companies, right? So the greenfield, in some years it's high, but the tendency, the average, let's say, is that this Chinese investment goes rather for brownfield, so acquisition of existing companies instead of creating new companies. Then coming to the end of my presentation, the possible effects of the current situation. So one of the important discussions we are having now in Latin America regards this new topic of the nearshoring, friendshoring, which is related to what we have been discussing since this morning. The search for reliability, which the companies are trying to have in this situation of geopolitical tensions. And then it is still not clear. It is still not clear from the data, because here you see, for instance, data of the FDI from the US, and you see that it's declining, that US FDI is in China is declining a lot, as you can see, since 2005, the share of that US FDIs in China is declining, but we had an increase in the blue part is Latin America, right? And then it increased in, let's say, from 2005 to 2015, but it's not that clear that since the pandemic, it's increasing again. And then with the geopolitical tensions, obviously data, we have to follow the data, but it's still not that clear. Still in Mexico, more than in all other countries, there is this perception that at the end, the geopolitical tensions and the tendency for nearshoring will attract a lot of investment to Mexico, and that so they can be beneficiaries of this new situation. And then one of the potential changes which we may have in Latin America is, and in the whole world, but well, in Latin America, some specificities regarding the energy transition. We do have potential, for instance, in Brazil, for solar and wind energy, and we are having more and more investments in those areas. And also for the transition for the vehicles, you all know that there are some critical minerals which are needed, and Latin America concentrates some of them. So for lithium and copper, for instance, something around 35–40% of the production and the reserves are in Latin America. And this can give place for some bargaining, right? For some of the countries, bargaining power. I'll come back to that later. But this is, for some countries, they are trying to develop their strategies for the next years, trying to take benefit of this issue, having the critical minerals which will be needed more and more in the near future. Then I come to the final remarks. Well, the great challenges we still have in Latin America is that, well, and this is a challenge for all countries which receive FDI. At the end, we have a marginal role, our countries have marginal roles in the decision-making processes, obviously, of transnational capital. So we are very vulnerable to the cycles, right? Our external vulnerability is still very high for diverse reasons, but also because of the dependency on multinationals. Second thing, there is the declining trend in the manufacturing share, which went from 40% in the second decade of the century to something around 30% in the last few years. A third point, there is a high concentration of investments in utilities. We do not generate hard currency because if the investment is in sectors which generate hard currency, okay, then but if it comes for telecommunication, then it will mean at the end of the year remittances for the countries, for the headquarters. In a sector, we do not generate hard currency. And as you know, it's not the problem in Brazil nowadays, but in Argentina, Venezuela, and many other Latin American countries, there is a very strong restriction of US dollars. So it can deepen the external, sorry. And then, as in Armenia, as Mariam was saying, the point is that the FDIs, we cannot count on the FDIs to change the economic structure in Latin America, because they come, and this is expected, this is normal from the point of view of business, obviously. It comes to sectors in which the region has already comparative advantages. So at the end, it reinforces our role in the international division of labor instead of giving hope to any change. And then my last slide, coming back to the questions I made in the beginning, is China a game changer in this? In many dimensions, yes, China is a game changer, but in this specific dimension, is it provoking structural changes in the productive structure in Latin America? No. On the contrary, it may deepen our role in the international division of labor. The pandemic is a game changer. Also, well, not so clear. Is there room for more intra-regional integration? I didn't discuss it here, but it's an important point. And we have now an ambiguous situation because with Lula in Brazil, he's trying again to create a bit of regional integration. There are plans for reindustrialization and ideally it should be done regionally. But then we have the election of Javier Milei in Argentina in November 19th. It's the contrary. He wants to withdraw Argentina from Mercosur, for instance. And it's still, and then this is maybe the only point in which we can have some hope, is, as I said, that some countries may have more room for bargaining in this geopolitical context in which they can bargain between the two sides, so specifically China or the BRICS and on one side and the US on the other side, especially in what regards those critical minerals. So Bolivia, for instance, is trying hard to have to increase its participation in the global value chain of lithium, for instance. So that there may be some small gains in terms of the incorporation of a part of the global value chains in those countries, which at the end have the critical minerals. This is the hope, at least in some Latin American countries. And I finish here. Thank you.
Couple of questions. If Brazil is exporting drilling platforms and planes, you're producing both. It's high tech, are you saying? Things like that, because it's capable duality. There is an interesting story behind the aviation industry. One of your ambassadors told me the story about American deals with Americans. You know, well, no, you don't know. Now, ambassador have some foundation explain me that when Americans invited Brazil to take part of the Second World War, Brazilian government put the condition to have built the aviation industry. It was done. So Brazil has ideas for export. Maybe so it means more than just selling. It means you have cadres for complex producing complex things. I want to give a lecture in São Paulo University at the time. There was an idea of building trans-Brazilian gas pipeline, something like that. It was never done, but it was obvious that Brazilian situation like ours to some extent. It's some regions are poor, but out of the sudden with a big university and people with MIT background doing high-class studies and basically capable to enlarge influence on the country's level of development. What's the potential?
Very good. Very good questions. And yes, it's not true that we do not have industry and important industry in Brazil. As I said, from the 30s to the 80s, there was an important development of the industrial sector in Brazil, and some parts are kept. And you are right that for aircraft, WE&IA is one of the successful cases. But the point is that when we go to the external trade, the surpluses we have are in soybeans, iron ore, and so on. And for the industry, the balance, the trade balance of the industrial sector is by far negative. And when we move into the high-tech subsectors of the industry, then they are still more negative, you see. So this is the problem. It's not that we do not produce industrial goods, but the trade balance is by far negative. And in this case, we are different from Bolivia, for instance, which is the other example.
My point is that you probably could invent the industrial policy. You have brains and money for it.
Yes, we have some means, important means, I would say. We have a very important development bank, for instance, which is not the case of the other Latin American countries. The Brazilian development bank is very the truth is that in the last 6 years, we had no industrial policy at all. And even before with Lula, we had, with the Workers' Party, we had some kind of industrial policy, but also within a context which was not at all favorable to the industry. So, for instance, we had this opening up process of the economy, but also the macroeconomic conditions were totally unfavorable to the industry. So the Rio plan, which was the plan which was capable of aborting the hyperinflation process, was successful in aborting the hyperinflation process, but then it kept the Brazilian currency overvalued for decades. And even with Lula, he used it somehow to control inflation. So, and the interest rates also, as you know, are very, very high in Brazil. So this very high interest rates, overvalued currency, the macroeconomic context as a whole made the industrial sector in Brazil adapt to this new situation, becoming also importers, right? So many Brazilian companies became either they just import and resell, or they import more and more inputs. So the industrial sector, which came to be important in Brazil, now it's totally de-densified, you know, because of the imports of inputs, and in particular inputs with high value added.
You had one case of industrial policy. I was a witness. I joined World Day in 1992, and first 2 loans I was studied as a participant in the World Day. There were 2 loans to Brazil. World Day. One of the textbook for Northeast for school. You know it. And second was for computer trades for Rio de Janeiro. The bureaucracy was so bad that the government wanted to build computer trades for Rio de Janeiro because the city was died by moving mass people by buses across bridges. It was terrible. But they couldn't, for bureaucratic reasons, not to buy textbooks for schools because it would go different ways. It's its own story. No, to build computer trades China. So they borrowed $40 billion from the World Bank to put it in a different bureaucratic project, and it's technically, so it's bureaucracy or what?
Yes, there are many companies. But I don't want to give the impression that finally, well, there were no successful industrial policies in Brazil, that there were. But the current situation is very hard. And we just finished a project which tried to look at the automotive sector in Brazil, and then the effect of the pandemic and so on. And the situation is really bad. Actually, we lost, for instance, Ford, which left Brazil after 100 years of operation. They've gone to Argentina. Mercedes-Benz stopped.
They still will be back.
So what we see is that for the production of electric vehicles, or the allegation of Ford is that they want to concentrate themselves in the production of high price, high value cars, and then it's better to bring Argentina. So we see that the end in this specific sector, which is a very important sector, and self-paying from this sector, we are losing ground, as we use it to be a platform for exports in Latin America, but we are losing ground.
Alina Vichitona, the floor is yours. Thank you so much. So, dear Professor De Conte, thank you for this really interesting presentation. Let me develop a little bit the argument of Leonid Markovich, and also argue your position that nothing has changed in comparison with the colonial period. It seems okay. You still export a lot of raw materials, but the positions are different. So it's not anymore like so-called colonial products like coffee, sugar, etc., etc. It's beef, it's chicken meat,
and so on and so forth. So this is a radical change because these products are in a high demand. So I think not so bad situation in this context. And let me ask whether you see any room for Russian FDI in Brazil. For sure, we lost this game already. So China is already there, and the share of China is extremely big. As we saw in Campinas when you provided us with this very interesting excursion to the electricity station owned by China. So any sector where we can be useful for you and not compete with China in direct way, I would say. Thank you.
Yes, it's a good question. I wouldn't be the best person to respond. Maybe something for us to think about together. But what I would say is that at the end, in spite of the approximation we had, thanks to the BRICS, the trade Brazil-Russia is still very low, and FDI is also very low. So it's true that we have opportunity to explore in this sense. So, but I wouldn't, I don't know, maybe military industry, which you are very, very strong. So, but I wouldn't have a prompt response for that.
By the way, about competition for Brazilian market, I was once in Brazil with a delegation, trade delegation, and probably Kakosha, who was deputy minister. Somebody from, no, Ivan Ivanov. That was part of the delegation. And what was discussed is the export of Russian helicopters to Brazil. Brazilians wanted, but the registration of Russian helicopters would take years. That was kind of mission impossible for legal and technical verification and everything. Meanwhile, Americans have some few hundred used, but still put helicopters for just to read over speech. Close the problem.
Let's we have, I think, around 2 minutes. So let me sum up our discussion. So I think we all agree that rising geopolitical tension creates concerns about the weaponization of trade policy. As for Russia, we should reorient our strategy under the assumption that living with economic sanctions is our new reality. Trade and investment is gradually becoming reoriented along geopolitical lines with an increasing share of intermediate actors. And I think it's time for Russia, for our partners in Asia, in Eurasia, in Latin America to change, to become more inventive, stronger, and more successful. Thank you very much for your participation, for your insight. I think our discussion was very useful.
Thanks to all speakers and especially to our moderator, Olga. Just the announcement at the end of the working day. So first, we will continue tomorrow since 10:30, and actually the welcome coffee will be at 10. And secondly, which is even more important, that we have a welcome dinner right now. So we may start here and go directly to the restaurant where it will take place. It will be held in Osteria Maria restaurant, which is 10 minutes from here. So we may just walk together. So please join dinner, everyone. We will be happy to continue our talks in more informal way. Thanks again for those who took part in this session, and see you in the evening dinner and or tomorrow. Thanks again.
Okay.
now.